the queen who did not die. Now, this story takes place in ancient Kemet, in an age before history had hardened to dates, an age where empires were still learning what they were, learning their power. Kemet was rising, pulling itself away from the older, darker traditions, blood rites, ancestral consumption, magic fed by death rather than memory. At the heart of this transformation stood a woman from beyond its borders, Akasha. She was not born of Kemet. She came from the lands of Sumer, Mesopotamia, where the first cities were built, where queens were not ornaments but institutions themselves. When she was wed to Enlil, the king of Kemet, the marriage was political, but the power she brought was real. Akasha did not rule from behind the throne. She was the throne's spine. Known as the queen of beauty and order, Akasha was spoken of as a devastating beauty, not a fragile beauty, not a decorative beauty, but a regal beauty. Her skin was dark and luminous, kissed by the sun of the south. Her body bore the symmetry of deliberate design. Her hair was worn in intricate braids, woven with gold, beads, and ritual markings, each braid a language of status, lineage, and intent. When she walked, people noticed. When she spoke, people listened. And when she ruled, things changed. Under Akasha and Enlil, Kemet began to cleanse itself. Cannibalism was outlawed. Blood sorcery was dismantled. The old shadow priesthoods were dragged into the light. And civilization mixed enemies along its way. Enter the witch sisters. Among those enemies were two ancient sisters, Maharet and Makari. Now, their mother had been a very powerful witch, one of the old order, and when she died, the sisters followed their ancestral rites, preparing to consume her body, her brain, her flesh, in order to absorb her knowledge and power. To them, this was sacred. This was lineage. To Akasha, this was barbarism, and this was a crime. They were arrested, not gently, and they were beaten, dragged before the queen. And Akasha did not show them mercy. She humiliated them publicly. She had them punished, scarred, and cast down, not as witches, but simply as criminals themselves. Now, this was not cruelty. This was policy, and the sisters never forgave her for that. The summoning of Amil. Now, Maharet and Makari retreated into exile, into the old places where these new laws did not reach them. And there, in rage and humiliation, they summoned Amil. Not a god, not a demon in the Christian sense, a blood spirit, ancient, feral, drawn to death, thriving in the cracks between life and decay. They did not ask Amil to kill Akasha. They asked him to torment her, to haunt her days, to fracture her sleep, to make her doubt her own mind. And Amil agreed. And the harassment began. Akasha began to suffer. Shadows moved when they shouldn't. Voices whispered without mouths. Objects shifted. Blood dreams plagued her sleep. And she knew what this was. An attempt at possession. A fight for her soul. And she resisted it. She resisted the spirit with her will alone, refusing to allow it to claim her. But Amil was ancient, powerful, and patient. And so he lingered. He fed on his proximity to her. The waiting was his gift. And then came the assassination. Again, civilization makes many enemies, and she had her share. And one day came the blades. An assassination attempt, political, coordinated, inevitable. Enlil was struck first. Akasha was then stabbed. As her blood spilled onto the stone, her body began to fail, and thus her soul rose. And that is the moment that everything broke. As Akasha crossed the threshold of death, Emil followed her, and this spirit latched onto her departing soul, not out of love, not out of design, but out of instinct, that of a predator. And when Akasha's soul tried to leave her body, Emil pulled it back in. They fell together, the spirit and the queen, back into the flesh. Her heart restarted, her wounds sealed, her blood changed, and Akasha awoke. Not alive, not dead, but bound. The first vampire queen. She arose as something new. Her senses shattered their limits. Her hunger was no longer her own. Her blood burned with foreign will. Emil was now fused to her, feeding through her, whispering through instinct, bound permanently for all time. Akasha had not chosen immortality. She had simply been denied death. The turning of Enkil. Enkil lay there dying, and Akasha refused to lose him, so she fed him her blood. And then Enkil died. And then horrifically, he rose. And in that moment, vampirism was born, not from ambition, but from love and refusal to endure loss. The judgment on the witches. Akasha and Enkil hunted the sisters, sparing no expense. Maharet was found, and she was spared, but mutilated. Her eyes were destroyed, and she was cast into an endless exile. Makari was driven mad, sent wandering, carrying the seed of legacy in her, her survival ensuring the truth would never fully die. The old magic was not destroyed, but it was scattered. The martyrdom. Akasha did not seek godhood. She paid for reform with her eternity. She paid for civilization itself with her soul. She became the mother of monsters against her will, bound forever to a parasite born of ancient cruelty and modern resistance. She was not evil by origin. She is what happens when a woman stands between the old world and the future demands blood. Akasha of Kemet, the queen who did not die. Now this story takes place in ancient Kemet, in an age before history had hardened to dates. An age where empires were still learning what they were, learning their power. Kemet was rising, pulling itself away from the older, darker traditions, blood rites, ancestral consumption, magic fed by death rather than memory. At the heart of this transformation stood a woman from beyond its borders, Akasha. She was not born of Kemet. She came from the lands of Sumer, Mesopotamia, where the first cities were built, where queens were not ornaments but institutions themselves. When she was wed to Enkil, the king of Kemet, the marriage was political, but the power she brought was real. Akasha did not rule from behind the throne. She was the throne's spine. Known as the queen of beauty and order, Akasha was spoken of as a devastating beauty, not a fragile beauty, not a decorative beauty, but a regal beauty. Her skin was dark and luminous, kissed by the sun of the south. Her body bore the symmetry of deliberate design. Her hair was worn in intricate braids, woven with gold, beads, and ritual markings, each braid a language of status, lineage, and intent. When she walked, people noticed. When she spoke, people listened. And when she ruled, things changed. Under Akasha and Enkil, Kemet began to cleanse itself. Cannibalism was outlawed. Blood sorcery was dismantled. The old shadow priesthoods were dragged into the light. And civilization makes enemies along its way. Enter the witch sisters. Among those enemies were two ancient sisters, Maharet and Makari. Now, their mother had been a very powerful witch, one of the old order, and when she died, the sisters followed their ancestral rites, preparing to consume her body, her brain, her flesh, in order to absorb her knowledge and power. To them, this was sacred. This was lineage. To Akasha, this was barbarism, and this was a crime. They were arrested, not gently, and they were beaten, dragged before the queen, and Akasha did not show them mercy. She humiliated them publicly. She had them punished, scarred, and cast down, not as witches, but simply as criminals themselves. Now, this was not cruelty. This was policy, and the sisters never forgave her for that. The summoning of Amil. Now, Maharet and Makari retreated into exile, into the old places where these new laws did not reach them. And there, in rage and humiliation, they summoned Amil. Not a god, not a demon in the Christian sense, a blood spirit, ancient, feral, drawn to death, thriving in the cracks between life and decay. They did not ask Amil to kill Akasha. They asked him to torment her, to haunt her days, to fracture her sleep, to make her doubt her own mind. And Amil agreed. And the harassment began. Akasha began to suffer. Shadows moved when they shouldn't. Voices whispered without mouths. Objects shifted. Blood dreams plagued her sleep. And she knew what this was. An attempt at possession. A fight for her soul. And she resisted it. She resisted the spirit with her will alone, refusing to allow it to claim her. But Amil was ancient, powerful, and patient. And so he lingered. He fed on his proximity to her. The waiting was his gift. And then came the assassination. Again, civilization makes many enemies, and she had her share. And one day came the blades. An assassination attempt, political, coordinated, inevitable. Enkill was struck first. Akasha was then stabbed. As her blood spilled onto the stone, her body began to fail, and thus her soul rose. And that is the moment that everything broke. As Akasha crossed the threshold of death, Amil followed her, and this spirit latched onto her departing soul, not out of love, not out of design, but out of instinct, that of a predator. And when Akasha's soul tried to leave her body, Amil pulled it back in. They fell together, the spirit and the queen, back into the flesh. Her heart restarted, her wounds sealed, her blood changed, and Akasha awoke. Not alive, not dead, but bound. The first vampire queen. She arose as something new. Her senses shattered their limits. Her hunger was no longer her own. Her blood burned with foreign will. Amil was now fused to her, feeding through her, whispering through instinct, bound permanently for all time. Akasha had not chosen immortality. She had simply been denied death. The turning of Enkill. Enkill lay there dying, and Akasha refused to lose him. So she fed him her blood. And then Enkill died. And then horrifically, he rose. And in that moment, vampirism was born. Not from ambition, but from love and refusal to endure loss. The judgment on the witches. Akasha and Enkill hunted the sisters, sparing no expense. Maharet was found, and she was spared, but mutilated. Her eyes were destroyed, and she was cast into an endless exile. Makari was driven mad, sent wandering, carrying the seed of legacy in her, her survival ensuring the truth would never fully die. The old magic was not destroyed, but it was scattered. The martyrdom. Akasha did not seek godhood. She paid for reform with her eternity. She paid for civilization itself with her soul. She became the mother of monsters against her will, bound forever to a parasite born of ancient cruelty and modern resistance. She was not evil by origin. She is what happens when a woman stands between the old world and the future demands blood. The birth and return of the sun goddess, Amaterasu. Now, this story comes from the ancient Japanese chronicles, the Kojiki and the Nihon Shoni. And at the center of the story is the sun goddess, Amaterasu, the brilliant ruler of heaven whose light sustains the world. But this is not only the myth of the birth of the sun, it's about what happens when the sun disappears. Now, long ago, at the beginning of the world, the creator, Izanagi, returned from the land of the dead. To cleanse himself of pollutions of death, he entered a sacred forest and began to purify his body. As he washed his face, 3 divine children were born. From his left eye emerged Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun. From his right eye emerged Tsukuyomi, the god of the moon. And from his nose came the storm god Susanoo. Izanagi gave Amaterasu the biggest responsibility and the greatest honor. He placed her in charge of the heavenly realm, the shining kingdom of the gods. Her light illuminated both heaven and earth. But her brother, Susanoo, was wild and destructive. Instead of ruling the seas peacefully, he rampaged through the heavens. He destroyed the sacred rice fields, he uprooted divine trees, he defiled the halls of the god. Finally, he committed a truly terrible act. He threw the flayed body of a horse through the roof of Amaterasu's weaving hall. The divine maidens working there all panicked. One of them died in the chaos. Amaterasu was horrified. In grief and rage, she withdrew from the world and sealed herself inside a sacred cave known as Ama no Iwato. The moment Amaterasu hid herself, the world fell into darkness. Without the sun, crops began to fail. Cold winds swept across the land. Spirits of chaos wandered freely. The gods feared that if the sun never returned, the world itself might collapse into darkness. So the divine beings gathered outside the cave to devise a plan. Among the assembled gods was a joyful and mischievous goddess named Amano Uzumi. She stepped forward with the strange idea. Uzumi overturned a wooden tub and began to dance wildly on top of it. Her movements were exaggerated and comical. She stamped her feet, she laughed loudly, she even danced in ways so ridiculous that the gods burst into roaring laughter. Inside the cave, Amaterasu heard the noise. Curious, she called out, "Why are you celebrating while the world lies in darkness?" The gods replied, "We celebrate because a goddess even greater than yourself has appeared." Amaterasu grew curious. Slowly, she opened the stone door of the cave just enough to peek out. Outside the cave, the gods had placed a sacred member, known as the Ayata no Kami. When Amaterasu looked out, she saw a brilliant figure shining before her. She stepped forward in amazement. Who was this radiant being? It was her own reflection. As she moved closer, the powerful god Amino Tagaro leaped forward and pulled the cave door open. In that moment, the sunlight burst across the heaven and over the earth once again. Darkness was gone, and the sun had returned. The meaning of the story. Now, this story carries deep symbolism. First, it shows that light can withdraw when chaos and disrespect dominate the world. Second, the gods restore balance not through violence, but through creativity, laughter, and cooperation. Finally, the mirror itself represents self-recognition. Amaterasu returns to the world when she sees her own divine light reflected back at her. Goddess who did not accept drought. In the late Bronze Age city of Ugarit, along the coast of what is now Syria, clay tablets are pressed with cuneiform signs that preserve one of the oldest storm myths in recorded history. Among those tablets was the story of Baal, the storm god, and within that story stands a figure who does not wait quietly for events to unfold. Her name is Anet. Now, Baal was not merely a god of thunder in this narrative. He represents rain, fertility, agricultural survival. In a region dependent on seasonal storms, Baal's vitality determines whether crops grow or fail. When Baal rises, the land flourishes. When Baal falls, droughts threaten everything. The Baal cycle describes a cosmic conflict. Baal clashes with Yam, the sea. Later he confronts Mot, the god of death and sterility. Waters. Mot represents drought, dryness, the swallowing stiffness of death. And at one point in the narrative, Baal is defeated. Now, the text becomes fragmentary, but the message is clear. The storm god disappears. The rains cease. The agricultural cycle halts. And for a Bronze Age society, this is not symbolic drama. This is catastrophe. And this is where Anat enters with force. Anat is often described as Baal's sister. In some traditions, she is also his ally or consort. But the text makes one thing unmistakable. She is not subordinate. She is fierce, independent, emotionally intense. When Baal falls, Anat does not collapse into mourning. She reacts. The Ugaritic texts describe her rage in striking terms. She seeks out those who are responsible. She seizes enemies. She attacks without hesitation. The language is violent. She grabs warriors. She splits them. She scatters bodies. One passage describes her wading knee-deep in blood. Another describes her rejoicing in slaughter. This detail is uncomfortable for modern ears, but it tells us something important. In this world, violence carried out in defense of cosmic order is not shameful. It's necessary. Anat does not hesitate because hesitation would mean drought continues. She does not negotiate because negotiation does not bring rain. And myth does not portray her as irrational. It portrays her as decisive. The slaughter imagery is vivid, almost ritualistic. The battlefield becomes a space of sacred correction. Blood is not randomly cruel, it's restoration through force, through tribal theology. Anat's loyalty to Baal is absolute. When he is threatened, she becomes the weapon. But her most significant confrontation is not merely with human entities, is not merely with human enemies. It is with Mot. Mot is not simply a rival deity. Mot represents death itself, sterility, dry earth, the swallowing void that ends growth. So when Baal descends into the realm of Mot, drought grips the land. Anat searches for him. Now, the texts describe her journey into grief, but grief does not paralyze her. She confronts Mot directly. The fragment suggests imagery once again. Anat seizes Mot. She cuts him. She burns him. In some reconstructions, she grinds him and scatters him like grain. Even if the exact sequence varies due to damaged tablets, the symbolic pattern is unmistakable. She does not reason with death. She dismantles it. This is not a goddess of comfort. This is a goddess of intervention. The violence serves a purpose. Eventually, Baal returns. The storm resumes and rain falls. Thus, fertility is restored. Without Anat's ferocity, that restoration does not occur. Now, in the structure of myth, Baal may be the storm, but Anat is the enforcer of its return. She is not ornamental to the story. She is essential to the resolution. Now, archaeologically, her presence is not confined to myth alone. Inscriptions and cultic materials found in Ugarit confirms that she was actively worshipped. Kemetic or Egyptian texts mention her name, indicating a cross-cultural recognition. Later inscriptions referencing Anat Yahu suggest that her memory survived into adapted forms even beyond the collapse of Ugarit. But the Baal cycle remains her clearest portrayal. In that portrait, Anat is not the nurturing mother archetype familiar in many myth systems. She is tribal protector. She is the embodiment of loyalty carried to its extreme. Her joy in battle is not random cruelty. It reflects a worldview in which survival is fragile and threats are constant. The late Bronze Age Levant was not a stable world. City-states rose and fell. Agricultural cycles could fall. Warfare was common, and political alliances shifted. A society in that environment does not imagine divinity as passive. It imagines divinity as fiercely protective. Anat does not apologize for violence. She sanctifies it when it preserves order. This is a crucial distinction. Her brutality is not chaos. It's simply boundary enforcement. She defends Baal. She defends fertility. She defends continuity. And in that way, Anat represents a specific kind of sacred feminine power. Not romantic love, not cosmic abstraction, but embodied physical defense. Her myth forces uncomfortable questions. Can violence actually be sacred? Can destruction be restorative? Is loyalty more important than mercy in unstable societies? Now, from the authors of the Baal cycle, the answer appears to be yes. Anat's blood-soaked battlefield is not a moral failure. It is divine necessity. And that necessity restores the storm. When Baal rises again, the land breathes. Rain falls, crops grow, life resumes. The cycle continues. Anat does not claim the throne. She does not demand worship in the text climax. She recedes once balance is restored. The restraint is telling. She is not driven by conquest. She is driven by defense. Her violence has purpose, and when that purpose is fulfilled, she stands down. In comparative mythology, Anat stands apart because of the clarity of her ferocity. She is not softened. She is not reinterpreted as gentle. The tablets preserve her intense, unapologetic, and loyal. That preservation gives us a rare insight into the psychology of ancient culture. In a fragile world, survival is sacred. In a fragile world, protection may require force. Anat embodies the logic without hesitation. She is not storm, she is not fire. She is blade and blood in defense of continuity. In the Baal cycle, drought threatens civilization. Anat refuses to let drought win. And in that refusal, she becomes one of the most striking examples of the fierce, protective, feminine in ancient Near East. She is the goddess who did not accept death as final. She is the one who confronted drought with steel. She is Anat.
9000 BCE, peopling of the Americas' indigenous ancestors had spread through North, Central, and South America thousands of years before Poverty Point. They developed distinct languages, technologies, spiritual systems, hunting territories, and regional trade relationships. Approximately 4000 BCE, domestication and settled communities, people across the Atlantic cultivating plants. Maize in Mexico, squash in several regions, potatoes and quinoa, sati, anise, manioc, Truckhouse America, sunflower, and other seed crops in eastern North America. Maize domestication Bexguests in southwestern Mexico, roughly 9,000 years ago, but its transformation into a major continental food system took thousands of years. Smithsonian Institution approximately 1800 BCE, Corral Supi civilization along Peru's Pacific coast. The Norte Chico or Corral Supi civilization constructed monumental platform mounds, sunken plazas and planned settlement. Corral was already developing around 3000 BCE, making it one of the oldest known urban civilizations in the world and considerably older than Poverty Point. The Poverty Point era approximately 1100 BCE, Poverty Point flourishes. In what is now northeastern Louisiana, indigenous people constructed the massive complex we call Poverty Point. The site included 6 enormous concentric earthen ridges, monumental mounds, a large central plaza, residential and ceremonial spaces, long-distance trading networks. Materials found there came from across much of eastern North America, copper from the Great Lakes region, stone from the Appalachian and Ouachita Mountains, soapstone from Alabama and Georgia, flint, and other materials from distant sources. This means Poverty Point was not an isolated village. It occupied the center of an extensive network of travel, exchange, ceremony, and shared knowledge. Its largest structure, Mound A, required the movement of an extraordinary amount of soil, apparently without draft animals, wheeled carts, or metal tools. Why Poverty Point changes the story. The builders were primarily hunters, fishers, and gatherers rather than full-time agriculturalists. Yet they organized enough people, food, labor, and engineering knowledge to create one of ancient North America's largest monumental landscapes. That overturns the outdated assumption that monumental civilization could appear only after farming, kings, and rigid government. Poverty Point demonstrates that organized civilization can be built through seasonal abundance, long-distance exchange, ceremonial authority, collective labor, shared cosmology, deep knowledge of the landscape. Poverty Point declined around 1100 BCE, but earthwork construction and regional exchange did not disappear. Those traditions continued to develop in new forms. The formative civilizations, approximately 400 BCE, the Olmec world across the Gulf Coast of present-day Mexico. Olmecs such as San Lorenzo and La Venta developed monumental architecture, elite ceremonial systems, and the famous colossal stone heads. The Olmec were not necessarily the single mother civilization of Mesoamerica. That old label oversimplifies a complicated world of interacting cultures. However, Olmec centers helped establish artistic, religious, and political patterns that influenced later Mesoamerican societies. The Olmec broadly overlapped with the later centuries of Poverty Point. National Museum of the American Indian, approximately 400 BCE. Chavin civilization in the central Andes. Chavin de Huantar became an influential ceremonial and pilgrimage center. Chavin religious imagery combined features of humans, jaguars, serpents, birds, and other powerful beings. Its artistic and ceremonial traditions circulated across a wide portion of the Andes, approximately 1000 BCE 200 CE. Adena traditions across portions of the Ohio Valley and eastern North America. Communities associated archaeologically with Adena traditions constructed burial mounds and ceremonial earthworks. Adena is an archaeological classification, not the recorded name of a single historical nation. Approximately 300 BCE, early Maya cities emerged. Maya communities existed much earlier, but during this period increasingly large settlements and ceremonial centers appeared in present-day Guatemala, Belize, southern Mexico, Honduras, and El Salvador. By approximately 500 BCE, some Maya cities possessed monumental temples and complex public architecture. The Age of Earthworks, Cities and Regional Powers, approximately 500 BCE, 500s. Hopewell ceremonial networks. The Hopewell phenomenon connected communities across much of eastern North America. Hopewell peoples constructed vast geometric earthworks, circular and square ceremonial enclosures, burial mounds, astronomically aligned landscapes. Materials moved across remarkable distances, including copper, mica, marine shell, obsidian, and stone. Hopewell was not one centralized empire. It was a widespread network of communities sharing ceremonial practices, artistic systems, and exchange relationships. Approximately 200 BCE, 550 CE, Teotihuacan developed in the basin of Mexico and became one of the world's largest ancient cities. Its monumental landscape included Pyramid of the Sun, Pyramid of the Moon, Temple of the Feathered Serpent, apartment compounds, markets, and specialized craft districts. At its height, Teotihuacan may have contained more than 100,000 inhabitants. Its political, commercial, and religious influence reached into Maya territories and across Mesoamerica. Approximately 200 BCE, 650 CE, Nazca traditions on Peru's southern coast. Nazca societies produced elaborate ceramic, textiles, and the enormous desert designs now called the Nazca lines. The lines include geometric pathways, animals, birds, plants, human-like figures. Their exact meanings remain debated, but many appear connected to ritual movement, water, fertility, and sacred landscapes. Approximately 100–800 CE, Moche civilization along Peru's northern coast. Moche states constructed massive adobe complexes, irrigation networks, and politically organized settlements. Moche art provides unusually detailed representations of rulers and warriors, ritual specialists, agriculture and fishing, mythological beings, sacrifice and ceremonial combat. The Moche were not necessarily one unified empire. They may have consisted of several related regional states. Approximately 250–900 CE, Classic Maya civilization. During the Classic period, Maya civilization reached extraordinary levels of urban, political, and intellectual development. Major city-states included Tikal, Calakmul, Palenque, Kapankaracal, Yaxchilan. Maya achievements included hieroglyphic writing, historical inscriptions, advanced mathematics, the use of zero multiple calendar systems, astronomical observations, monumental architecture, large agricultural and water management systems. The Maya were never one unified empire. They formed numerous kingdoms connected by diplomacy, warfare, marriage, and trade. Maya peoples and languages remain alive today. They did not vanish when many southern cities declined. Smithsonian Living Maya time, expanding states and sacred landscapes. Approximately 500–1000 CE, Wari and Tiwanaku, two major Andean powers, arose. Wari centered in present-day Peru, centered near Lake Titicaca in present-day Bolivia. Both created extensive political, religious, and economic networks. Wari developed administrative centers and roads that anticipated some later Inca systems. Tiwanaku became famous for monumental stonework, raised field agriculture, and powerful religious imagery. Approximately 600–1250 CE, ancestral Pueblo civilizations across the present-day American South. Ancestral Pueblo peoples constructed farming communities, ceremonial structures, and multi-story masonry settlements. Important centers included Chaco Canyon, Mesa Verde Canyon, de Shelly Aztec ruins between approximately 850 and 1150 CE. Chaco Canyon became the center of a far-reaching ceremonial and exchange network connected by engineered roads and great houses. Pueblo peoples remain living communities. Anasazi, once widely used by archaeologists, is often avoided in favor of ancestral Pueblo. Approximately 650–1200 CE. Effigy mound traditions, communities in portions of the upper Mississippi Valley constructed earthen mounds shaped like bears, birds, panthers, or water spirits, other culturally significant beings. Many were positioned within ceremonial landscapes connected to rivers, ridges, and astronomical orientation. The National Park Service dates many protected effigy mounds examples to approximately 650–1200 CE. National Park Service, approximately 1700 CE. The Mississippi Valley and Southeast, increasingly complex agricultural societies developed large towns organized in plaza and platform mounds. Intensive maize farming platform mounds. Common features in intensive farming platform mounds: temple buildings, political leadership, regional shared ceremonial imageries. Mississippian describes a broad family of settlements. Mississippian describes a broad family of related cultural systems, not one nation or empire. Cahokia and the great cities of North America, approximately 1050–1350 CE. Cahokia, near present-day St. Louis. Cahokia became the largest known urban center north of Mexico before European colonization. At its height, Cahokia contained more than 100 earthen mounds, an enormous central plaza, residential districts, defensive palisades, astronomical timber circles, extensive agricultural communities. Monk's Mound remains the largest earthen structure in the Americas. Cahokia was not simply a mound-building village. It was a major city and the center of a powerful political and ceremonial world. Its population declined before Europeans arrived, probably because of some combination of political conflict, flooding, environmental pressure, disease, social reorganization, and migration.
Furfur, the demon of storms. The first sign isn't the thunder, It's the silence before that. That slow, predatory hush where the birds stop talking and the wind forgets how to breathe. Some storms arrive like weather, but others arrive like judgment. On nights like this, the clouds hang low and bruised, blue-black and heavy as soaked wool. Lightning flickers behind them like something trapped, trying to claw its way out. The sea below becomes a sheet of hammered iron, reflecting a sky that looks offended by human existence. This is when people start talking carefully, not because they become wise, but because they can feel a presence lighting up in the sky. Sailors used to say, if the storm answers back, don't answer it twice, because there is a name inside certain storms. And once that name notices a mouth moving, it leans closer. Tonight, the horizon cracks with a thin red thread of lightning. Not white, not blue. Red, like a wound in the sky. And somewhere in that tear, something smiles. The heart in the thunder. The figure appears at the far edge of the rocks where the coast breaks into jagged edges. A silhouette too tall to be natural, too still to be alive. A stag stands where no stag should stand. Its body is black, not like fur, but like night given shape. Its antlers branch wide, twisted and sharp, like dead trees struck by lightning and forced to keep growing anyway. Each fork of bone looks like it could catch a cloud and drag it to earth. Its eyes burn red, fixed and unblinking. Not animal eyes, not hungry eyes, accusing eyes. When it steps forward, the air changes. The storm doesn't simply happen around it, the storm behaves like it belongs to it. Lightning crawls along its wings. Yes, wings. Vast and ragged, feathered like torn shadows. Sparks dance across the edge as if the sky itself were trying to crown it and failing. People who survived this sighting say things like, it didn't roar, it didn't scream. It speaks like thunder deciding to become language. And the name it carries is old enough to taste like metal. Fur. The gift of beautiful lies. Fur is not a demon that stalks the bedrooms or hides in the corner of a church. Fur doesn't need candlelight or whispers. Fur arrives with weather. His voice is the low drum of distant thunder, soft at first, like a warning offered politely. Then it deepens, and the body feels it in its bones. The words do not land on ears, they land on nerves, and Fur offers gifts. Not crowns, not gold. Fur offers certainty. He offers the kind of confidence people crave when their hearts are shaking. I know what they meant. I know what they want. I know what's really going on. His lies don't look like lies. They look like clarity. He can make love feel like destiny. He can make jealousy feel like prophecy. He can make fear feel like wisdom. Under Fur storms, two people can stare at each other and suddenly believe the worst. Not because it's true, because the storm says it's true with such conviction that truth starts sweating. And the red lightning writes a sentence across the sky. Trust the feeling, doubt the person. The storm heart. There is no reason Fur is tied to love. Not the gentle kind, not the kind that builds homes and makes soups when someone is sick. Fur governs the love that arrives like lightning, violent, magnetic, irrational. The kind that makes the body feel chosen, the kind that makes the mind feel irrelevant. Under Fur's influence, attraction becomes a weapon, compliments become chains, desire becomes a doorway, and the doorway opens out to cliffs. Fur's chest glows like red coal burned through ash, pulsing with each roll of thunder. Some say the glow is the heart he stole. Others say it is the heart he never had. Either way, it beats to a rhythm of conflict. Because Furfur doesn't bring storms to the world, he brings storms to people. He is the argument that feels unavoidable, the suspicion that feels logical, the confession that arrives too late, the text message that ruins a night. And when the storm finally breaks, when someone cries, when someone shouts, when someone walks away, Furfur doesn't celebrate. He simply watches, patient as a storm, knowing something deeper. A broken heart is louder than a calm one. A loud heart attracts spirits. The rule of containment. Old grimoires warn about Furfur with a detail that sounds like superstition, until it isn't. He lies until forced to tell the truth. Not he may lie, not he sometimes lies, but he lies as a law of his being, the way fire burns and salt stings. But there is method behind that storm mouth, a triangle. Not because triangles are pretty, but because triangles are control. 3 lines, 3 limits, a shape that locks a force in the frame. Inside the triangle, Furfur's thunder becomes restrained. His red eyes sharpen with irritation. The wings twitch as if they remember freedom. Lightning still dances, but it can't strike where it wants. And this is the mythic lesson hidden behind the demonology. Some truths do not appear until chaos is cornered. People have always wanted truth from storms, from war, from heartbreak, from history, from gods. Storms don't volunteer truth. Storms must be shaped into truth. So the one who dares summon Furfur does not just summon a demon. They summon a question big enough to withstand a lie, because Furfur will test the questioner first. The questioner. Imagine the summoner as a lone figure in a black coastal ruin. Stones slick with rain, salt in the air, candle flames bending sideways in the wind like frightened tongues. The triangle is drawn on the ground, chalk and ash mixed with iron filings so it glistens faintly when the lightning flashes. The summoner's hands shake, not from fear, from the pressure of being near something that makes weather feel personal. Furfur stands inside the triangle like a statue carved from night. The antlers scrape the air. The eyes never blink. The chest glow pulses brighter as a storm thickens overhead. The summoner asks a simple thing, something very human. Tell me what they truly feel. And Furfur laughs without laughter. A low thunder roll that makes the walls tremble. Because Furfur loves the question. It's the question that ruins lives. Inside the triangle, he cannot lie outright, but he can twist the truth into something jagged. He speaks carefully, like a storm pretending to be polite. They feel what the heart feels when it is afraid to be seen. That's truth, and it's also a blade. The summoner hears and thinks, they don't love me. Another person might hear it and think, they're scared because they love me. Furfur's truth isn't safe. It's honest the way lightning is honest. The storm is revelation. This is Furfur's true dominion. Not weather, not romance, not even lies. His dominion is revelation through pressure. He brings the conditions where the mask slips. Under Furfur's storms, secrets crawl to the surface because holding them becomes exhausting. People confess because silence feels like drowning. Lovers accuse because fear needs somewhere to land. Friends betray because tension demands release. Furfur doesn't create weakness, he reveals it. He is the storm that shows that trees were already rotten. And yet, that's why some seekers chase him. Not for destruction, for clarity that doesn't negotiate. Furfur can tell the hidden name of desire. He can expose the real reason behind a decision. He can point to any soft spot in a person's soul and say, there. But every revelation has a cost. Because once a truth is seen, the old stories can't be believed again. And for many people, the old lie was comforting. But that is why Furfur is called dangerous. Not because he invents horror, but because he makes reality feel too sharp to hold barehanded. The bargain of the thunder. Furfur always offers a bargain, even when none is requested. He will say, "Give me your doubt, and I will give you certainty. Give me your patience, and I will give you passion. Give me your quiet, and I will give you truth." And the storm will lean in, listening to the answer, because Furfur feeds on the moment someone chooses intensity over peace. That choice is a doorway. When someone chooses a storm, Furfur's wings spread wider. Lightning traces red veins across the feathers. The chest glow flares like a furnace. In that moment, he looks almost divine. Not holy, but awe-inspiring. And that's the trick. Some demons don't tempt with filth. They tempt with beauty. Furfur is beautiful in the way hurricanes are beautiful from space. Terrifying symmetry. Perfect violence. He doesn't ask for souls in a theatrical way. He asks for habits. React faster. Trust the rush. Choose the burn. Say the cruel thing. And if the bargain is accepted, the storm follows home. Not outside the home, inside the mind. The calm after. Eventually, the storm passes. It always does. The clouds thin, the rain weakens, the horizon stops bleeding red. The sea settles into something that resembles forgiveness, though it never truly forgives. Furfur stands at the edge of the world a moment longer. His eyes dim slightly, like embers cooling, but they never go out. The antlers still reach like lightning frozen mid-strike. And before he leaves, he offers one final truth. Not because he is kind, but because he enjoys the sound of it. He says, "People blame storms for what they have already wanted to break." Then he dissolves into mist and thunder and distance, as if he were never a creature at all, only a season of violence passing through. But the lesson remains on the rocks, written in salt and silence. Some forces cannot be defeated by strength. They can only be contained. And the storm demon's name becomes a warning told in half whispers. When the sky feels like it is listening, when the air tastes like metal, when the heart starts craving chaos and calling it fate, that isn't destiny. That is Furfur walking closer.
Kemetic Gods Encyclopedia, Core Netgeru Block 8, Entries 351 to 400. Amunit. Amunit is a Kemetic goddess. Her primary domain is hiddenness, and she is also associated with mystery. She originates from Kemet in the ancient era. Her name is pronounced Amunet. She represents concealed divine presence. Amornit. Amornit is a Kemetic goddess. Her primary domain is invisibility, and she is also associated with the Primeval state. She originates from Kemet in the ancient era. Her name is pronounced Rmronet. She embodies unseen beginnings. Anukit Satet. Anukit Satet is a Kemetic syncretic goddess. Her primary domain is the Nile, and she is also associated with fertility. She originates from Kemet in the ancient era. Her name is pronounced Anuket Sotet. She represents river abundance. Atum Kepri. Atum Kepri is a Kemetic syncretic god. His primary domain is creation, and he is also associated with transformation. He originates from Kemet in the ancient era. His name is pronounced Atum Kepri. He represents the cycle of becoming. Bastet Sekhmet. Bastet Sekhmet is a Kemetic syncretic goddess. Her primary domain is protection, and she is also associated with destruction. She originates from Kemet in the ancient era. Her name is pronounced Bastet Sekhmet. She embodies dual feline power. Jebshu. Jebshu is a Kemetic syncretic god. His primary domain is earth and air. He originates from Kemet in the ancient era. His name is pronounced Jebshu. He represents elemental balance. Happy Osiris. Happy Osiris is a Kemetic syncretic god. His primary domain is fertility and rebirth. He originates from Kemet in the ancient era. His name is pronounced Harpi Osiris. He unites nourishment and resurrection. Horus Akti. Horus Akti is a Kemetic god. His primary domain is the horizon, and he is also associated with the sun. He originates from Kemet in the ancient era. His name is pronounced Horus Akti. He represents the solar boundary. Isisitha. Isisitha is a Kemetic syncretic goddess. Her primary domain is motherhood, and she is also associated with love. She originates from Kemet in the ancient era. Her name is pronounced Isis Hathor. She merges maternal and joyful power. Khonsura. Khonsura is a Kemetic syncretic god. His primary domain is time, and he is also associated with the sun. He originates from Kemet in the ancient era. His name is pronounced Khonsura. He unites lunar and solar cycles. Maratra. Maratra is a Kemetic syncretic deity. Its primary domain is cosmic order. It originates from Kemet in the ancient era. Its name is pronounced Emraht Ra. It represents solar justice. Montura Horikti. Montura Horikti is a Kemetic syncretic god. His primary domain is war and solar power. He originates from Kemet in the ancient era. His name is pronounced Montu Ra Horakti. He embodies aggressive sunlight. Nithra. Nithra is a Kemetic syncretic goddess. Her primary domain is creation, and she is also associated with the sun. She originates from Kemet in the ancient era. Her name is pronounced Neet Ra. She merges primordial craft and light. Nephthys Osiris. Nephthys Osiris is a Kemetic syncretic deity. Its primary domain is death and protection. It originates from Kemet in the ancient era. Its name is pronounced Nebthys Osiris. It represents funerary guardianship. Nunra. Nunra is a Kemetic syncretic god. His primary domain is creation from chaos. He originates from Kemet in the ancient era. His name is pronounced Nun Ra. He represents light emerging from waters. Osiris Kentiamentiu. Osiris Kentiamentiu is a Kemetic god. His primary domain is the afterlife. He originates from Kemet in the ancient era. His name is pronounced Osiris Kenti Armentio. He rules the western dead. Patara. Patara is a Kemetic syncretic god. His primary domain is creation, and he is also associated with the sun. He originates from Kemet in the ancient era. His name is pronounced Ta-Ra. He merges thought and illumination. Ra-Osiris. Ra-Osiris is a Kemetic syncretic god. His primary domain is rebirth. He originates from Kemet in the ancient era. His name is pronounced Ra-Osiris. He unites daylight and resurrection. Sekhmet-Ra. Sekhmet-Ra is a Kemetic syncretic goddess. Her primary domain is destruction, and she is also associated with the sun. She originates from Kemet in the ancient era. Her name is pronounced Sekhmet-Ra. She represents solar wrath. Sobek Horus. Sobek Horus is a Kemetic syncretic god. His primary domain is strength, and he is also associated with kingship. He originates from Kemet in the ancient era. His name is pronounced Sobek Horus. He merges ferocity and rule. Tatanan Patar. Tatanan Patar is a Kemetic syncretic god. His primary domain is creation and emergence. He originates from Kemet in the ancient era. His name is pronounced Tartanen Ta. He represents earth rising into form. Thothmarat. Thothmarat is a Kemetic syncretic deity. Its primary domain is wisdom and truth. It originates from Kemet in the ancient era. Its name is pronounced Thoth Mraht. It unites intellect and order. Wajetra. Wajetra is a Kemetic syncretic goddess. Her primary domain is protection, and she is also associated with the sun. She originates from Kemet in the ancient era. Her name is pronounced Wajet Ra. She guards solar sovereignty. Wepwarit Osiris. Wepwarit Osiris is a Kemetic syncretic god. His primary domain is guidance through death. He originates from Kemet in the ancient era. His name is pronounced Wepwawet Osiris. He opens the way to the afterlife. Wurit Haikaura is a Kemetic syncretic goddess. Her primary domain is magic and royal power. She originates from Kemet in the ancient era. Her name is pronounced Wayret Hekaura. She embodies sovereign enchantment. Zehutira is a Kemetic syncretic god. His primary domain is wisdom and the sun. He originates from Kemet in the ancient era. His name is pronounced Zehuti-Ra. He merges knowledge and illumination. This marks the end of the Kemetic Gods Encyclopedia. Thank you for your support.
The sun hung low, a smoldering orb cloaked in the dusky robes of twilight. Ra's celestial barge had navigated the horizon's edge, now mooring at the confluence of the eternal river and the sea of stars. His divine form shimmered with the remnants of the day's light as he stepped onto the shores of the Netter's hidden abode. Every night he was locked into a life and death struggle with Apep, the great chaos snake. It taxed his great strength, and even he wondered what the outcomes would be each night. He sought to shore up the security of order, to make safe the world for all. So he would consult with his two greatest advisors, Aset, who was the Netter of magic, and Jehudi, who was the Netter of wisdom. Great Aset, Ra began, his voice resonating with the gravity of his ages. Apet's malice grows ever more cunning. Her latest spawn, a serpent gifted with a darkness so deep it could devour the dawn. It threatens to unravel the tapestry of creation itself. Aset, her eyes reflecting the depth of the cosmos, nodded silently. She was the essence of wisdom, her presence an anchor in the tumultuous sea of chaos that threatened to engulf the world. My lord Ra, she replied, her voice a soothing melody amidst the cacophony of celestial warfare. To combat such guile, we require a defender, a being whose nature is attuned to the serpentine form, one who can slither through shadow as effortlessly as light dances upon the Nile. Ra's gaze met her, the spark of creation flickering in his eyes as he weighed her counsel. Within his vast intellect, the cogs of possibility began to turn, crafting the image of his new guardian from the ethereal threads of thought. Jehudi stood by silent and observant, his countenance calm as the surface of a moonlit pool. This Netter, who was the scribe of the heavens, bore an expression that belied the keen intellect beneath his furrowed brow. "Speak, Jehudi," Ra asked, the urgency of his plight infusing potency into his words. "Your insight has often proved to be invaluable." "Lord of Light," Jehudi said, his voice measured and clear, "if balance is to be restored, we must conceive a being not only aligned with the snake, but also capable of outmatching its primal cunning. You must weave for us a creature that embodies the grace and lethality required to stand as your sentinel." Ra absorbed the wisdom offered by his two trusted advisors, his heart quivering with the anticipation of creation. The thought of fashioning a new life form sparked a wildfire within the heart of his soul, a blaze that was yearning to be shaped into existence. "Then let it be so," Ra declared, the firmament echoing his resolve. The air around them thrummed with potential, waiting for the command that would birth a new legend. "Then let us convene the powers at our disposal," Aset suggested, her gaze piercing the veil of uncertainties. "Together, we shall forge this protector in the crucible of our combined wills, so she may rise as the embodiment of our hope." "Indeed," Ra murmured, his thoughts coalescing into determination. "A new defender would emerge, one whose essence would be as enigmatic as the night sky from which it was born, a champion to stand against the encroaching tide of chaos." In the sanctum of eternity, where time wove its endless dance, Jehudi stood with a presence that seemed to bend the very air with his wisdom. His eyes, reflective as the moon's surface, turned inward as he contemplated the shape of salvation. The silence hung heavy in the air, pregnant with the weight of impending creation. "Let us look at the natural world," Jehudi offered, breaking the stillness, his voice carrying the timbre of ancient tomes. "The snake coils and strikes with lethal intent. Yet there exists one who treads upon the snake with innate sovereignty. All eyes fell upon the wise Neter, their gazes wondering at the thoughts in his head. Aset's lips parted slightly in anticipation, a silent beckoning for the knowledge poised on Jehudi's tongue. The cat, he pronounced. The word itself seemed to claw its way into reality, sharp and full of primal instinct. Aset's expression shifted, a subtle play of intrigue and respect. Yes, the cats are poised, and their elegance belies their ferocity. They hunt with a silence that whispers death itself. Indeed, Ra murmured, his own thoughts mirroring the night sky, vast and dotted with the stars of possibility. The eye of the cat resonated within him, its potential energy crackling against his divine essence. Call upon Seshet, Jehudi spoke, his decree resounding like a gravel upon the pillars of the world. She shall inscribe the blueprint of this life, the sacred geometry from which our defender will emerge. Her claws will be the bane of scales, Ra envisioned, feeling the stirring of creation ripple within him, a surge of warmth akin to the first rays of dawn. The room quivered with the invocation of Seshet's name, and there she was, appearing as if summoned by sheer force of necessity. Her gaze was as infinite as the library she kept, figure wrapped in robes, scribed with the knowledge of the ages. Great Seshet, weaver of destinies, architect of cosmic order. Ra addressed her with reverence, the air around them charged with expectations. We seek to cast a new thread into the tapestry of existence, one that is both of the earth and beyond it. Speak, O Sun King, Seshet responded, her voice the whisper of papyrus leaves. Craft for us a being that encapsulates the essence of the cat, a guardian with eyes to pierce the shadow, a hunter to balance a threat that slithers in the darkness, Ra intoned, each word an ember igniting the path of future events. Seshet nodded, her hands poised above the material form that fates were woven. She began the intricate task, each movement deliberate, each symbol imbued with the essence of divine will. As she wrote, the dimensions of the room itself seemed to fold into the narrative that she created. Reality, bending to accommodate the birth of this new legend. Her spirit will be fierce, untamed by the sands of time, Jehudi whispered, his eyes reflecting the image of his imminent savior. Her form, lithe and agile, a testament to the dance between life and death. May her vigilance be unwavering, Aset added, the slightest smile gracing her lips as she herself envisioned the graceful terror that they were about to unleash on their age-old nemesis. And thus Bastet will come to be, Ra declared. In that moment, all present could feel the shift, a new power stirring, ready to spring forth into the realm of Neters and men. Seshet's cosmic pen met the parchment, a mere whisper against its virgin surface. The nib, dark as the void between stars, exuded ink that seemed to pull the very light from the room, swirling itself with potentiality. Her fingers danced with practiced grace, each letter an invocation, each word a layer of muscle and myth. The air crackled in anticipation, heavy with their divine intent. Let her be swift, Seshet murmured, her voice low but clear, reverberating through the chamber like an incantation. As quick as thought, as silent as the night. Jehudi stood nearby, his gaze fixed on the unfolding creation, his mind already weaving the spell into his spellbook. With each stroke of Seshet's pen, he etched the corresponding symbols into his tome, the golden glyphs glowing softly against the ancient papyrus. Her claws shall be the spears of heaven, sharp enough to cleave shadow from light, Jehudi intoned, his voice harmonizing with the scratching of the pen. May she never know defeat, Seshet continued, her hand steady while her heart thrummed with the weight of what they were about to bring forth. She could feel Bastet's presence taking form, a phantom touch at her senses, a purr resonating within the walls of her soul. Let her eyes hold the green of light, the emerald promise of dawn, Jehudi added, his own eyes reflecting the nascent veracity he imagined. His fingers paused in their meticulous transcription, allowing himself a moment to marvel at the certainty with which Seshet wrought destiny itself. Her fur, Seshet whispered, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Let it simmer with the darkness of the chaos, an endless night where stars go to play. She felt a shiver of power course through her, the paper beneath her hand now alive with the energy of their collective will. Indeed, Jehudi murmured, resuming his careful inscription, she will be both beauty and terror, a force to reckon with the chaos that coils at our doorsteps. His thoughts flitted to the serpent, Apep, and the dread it inspired in the hearts of men and netters alike. Bastet would be their answer, the counterbalance to entropy's insidious crawl. Let her name resonate through the ages, Seshet said, the final stroke of her pen sealing the birth of this new netter. Bastet, daughter of the sun, shield of Ra, the cat of our creation. Her tale will be told, Jehudi declared, closing his book with a sense of finality, the new spell nestled securely within its pages. And let her hunt begin this very night. The chamber of creation was awash with tension that crackled like static against skin, a place where the very fabric of reality seemed pliable and responsive to the wills of those who stood within its bounds. Atum Ra, the embodiment of the primal force of existence, hovered at its center. His presence was commanding, an anchor to the swirling energies that emanated from his divine form. Within him surged the power of life itself, the kernel of order amidst the encroaching chaos. Let us begin, Ra intoned, his voice resonating through the chamber as he drew forth a scintillating orb from the core of his being. It pulsed like a heart, the rhythm of creation beating within it. A small sun that blazed with wildfire's ferocity, casting shadows that danced frenetically across the walls. Aset, her eyes reflecting the brilliant glow, stepped forward with a grace that belied the urgency of their purpose. From the breath of Atum Ra, she began, her voice weaving into the tapestry of light. We call forth the defender, the balance to the darkness we seek to devour. Jehudi, ever the scholar, his gaze alight with wisdom of countless eons, joined in the incantation. From the mind of Seshet, we shape the formless into form, he declared, his words an echo of the spirit that now lay dormant within his tone, awaiting for the breath of life. Atum's thoughts focused on the task at hand, the energy within his grasp malleable beneath the weight of their collective intentions. He could feel the pressure of the void pushing back, the unseen menace that lurked just beyond the edges of light. It was a battle fought not with swords, but with the very essence of what they were. The thought of Apep, the never-ending threat, fueled his resolve. This creation must succeed, he urged silently, feeling the weight of destiny on them all. Bind the light to our will, Ra's voice commanded, a fusion of his godly might and mortal determination. Shape it as a hunter, sleek and silent, a shadow against shadows. His words hummed in the air, wrapping around the glowing orb, infusing it with purpose. Let the heart of Atum Ra ignite the spark, Aset whispered, her outstretched hands challenging the nurturing aspect of her divinity, coaxing the wild energy to coalesce into something more tangible, more alive. Let the wisdom of Jehudi guide the spirit, Atum added, the power within him reaching a crescendo as he felt the first stirrings of consciousness flicker within the nascent form. Let the craftsmanship of Seshet give it form, Jehudi uttered, the finality in his tone a testament to the gravity of their creation. Together their voices swirled, a chorus of deific intent that reverberated through the chamber, bending the divine energy to their will. The orb responded, its surface rippling like liquid starlight as it began to stretch, to mold, to take shape under the guidance of these combined netters. Let this be enough, Atum willed, pouring the last of his energy into the fledgling netter, willing her into existence. Bastet, the answer to their prayers, the embodiment of celestial might and earthly cunning. She would face Apep this night, and every night thereafter, a guardian against the encroaching dark, born of their hopes and their fears, their power and their wisdom. The chamber of creation thrummed with the power of the ancient deities, a sacred place where stars were born and destinies forged. Within its confines, the essence of divinity itself coalesced, responding to the summoning words of the netters whose voices wove the fabric of existence. Behold, Jehudi murmured, his eyes reflecting the depth of the universe, the dawn of our protector, the cat of Ra. The orb of raw celestial fire that had pulsed between them now began to undulate with purpose, the blackness of the void knitting itself as it spun by the loom of fate. Aset's lips curled in a silent prayer, her thoughts twinning with the energy. nurturing it with the tender care of a mother for her own child. From chaos, order. From darkness, light, Aset intoned, her voice a melodic thread in the tapestry of spellcasting. Atum Ra, a titan among them, felt the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders like a cloak woven from the night sky. It was a sensation both familiar and unsettling. Each act of creation, a gamble against the entropy that Apep sought to spread. His heart beat in time with the rhythm of the cosmos, a drum heralding the arrival of a new force in the eternal struggle. Let her be steadfast, he whispered to himself, a bulwark against the serpent's wrath. As her incantations reached a crescendo, the shape within the fiery orb crystallized, limbs stretching forth, a sleek body forming from the nebulous energy. Whispers of starlight clung to her form like dew on morning grass, until she stood before them in all her nascent glory. Bastet, the cat of Ra. Welcome, daughter of the sun. Atum's voice resonated with pride and anticipation. Your hunt begins tonight. Bastet's first shimmered, a tapestry of the night sky rendered upon her graceful frame. It was a black so profound, so saturated with the mysteries of the cosmos, it seemed to swallow light whole, only to release it in subtle glints that mirrored the twinkling of distant stars. Her presence filled the chamber, a tangible assertion of life that none could deny. Your essence is forged of the very heavens, Jehudi observed, his gaze analytical, yet not without warmth, a fitting garb for the guardian of Ma'at. Aset stepped forward, the lines of concern etching her face, softening as she beheld the nectar they had brought. In you, Bastet, we entrust the balance of all things. May your vigilance shield us all from the chaos that seeks to devour our world. May my claws strike true, Bastet responded, her voice a purr of determination. Her form was poised, a dancer waiting for the music to begin, the music of battle, of survival, of an unending war waged beneath the vault of heaven. Atum Ra felt the tension ease from his own form, a quiet satisfaction blooming within him. They had created a champion, a divine sentinel. Yet even as hope flickered within him, the shadow of doubt lingered, a reminder that the morrow was fraught with uncertainty. Tonight you will face the snake, he declared, his tone carrying the gravity of the duty bestowed upon her. And with each dawn we shall rise again, strengthened by your courage and your skill. In the silence that followed, Bastet moved, a creature of grace and deadly intent, her every motion a testament to the purpose for which she had been birthed. The Cat of Ra. The Cat of Ra, a legend-given form, prepared to stalk through the annals of time as protectress of order, her black fur and mantle of the infinite, her will an unbreakable spear against the dark. With the turn of her head, Bastet caught the flickering torchlight in her gaze. It sparkled across the vernet pools of her eyes, igniting them with otherworldly fire that mirrored the fervor of Ra's own celestial flame. The light danced within those emerald depths, casting lustrous shadows over the contours of her face. Your beauty is not just a gift, Ra spoke, but a weapon to beguile and distract your adversaries. Bastet inclined her head, acknowledging the compliment and the hidden wisdom within. She knew her allure was as much a part of her arsenal as the claws sheathed within her paws. Moving with fluid grace, she approached her father, her sleek form reflecting the subtle glow of divinity. Beauty can disarm the strongest foe, she murmured, her voice soft, yet laced with steel. Her thoughts, though veiled from the others around her, spun with strategic precision. Let Apep gaze upon me and falter, she mused. Let the serpent be ensnared by vanity before the strike. Indeed, Atum agreed, watching her with a blend of parental pride and tactical appraisal. But never forget, it is your spirit, fierce and indomitable, that truly defines you. Bastet's tail twitched in response, a subtle gesture of her readiness and resolve. She envisioned the battles ahead of her, her mind weaving through scenarios, each potential movement etched with clarity. In the silent dialogue within herself, she rehearsed the dance of combat, envisioning the serpent's death with each calculated step. Let us hope Apep is as susceptible to beauty as he is to venom, Jehudi injected, his tone carrying the hint of an impish smile. For if charm fails, your teeth and claws shall speak more convincingly. Aset watched, her gaze contemplative, sensing the currents of power converging within Bastet. "And speak they well," she said softly, almost a whisper, yet carrying the certainty of prophecy. The chamber seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the clash of titans, this eternal struggle between order and chaos. Bastet, however, stood serene amidst a storm of anticipation. Her beauty, ethereal and commanding, was but the serene surface of a fathomless lake. What lay beneath was a warrior's heart, ready to rise with the fury of a tempest. "Then let my presence be both bane and blessing," she vowed, the green of her eyes darkening with purpose. "For I am Bastet, the cat of Ra, and my radiance shall be the last light the shadow of a pet beholds before the end." "Your adversary slithers in the realm of twilight, cloaked in dread and malice," Atum Ra intoned. "Are you prepared to face the spawn of chaos?" Bastet's response came not in words, but a subtle shift of her stance. She moved with the grace that belied the lethal purpose of every sinew in her body. The green of her eyes reflected the flame's dance, brimming with the predator's focus. She let her awareness expand, imagining the cold scales of Apep, the undulating horde that sought to unwind creation itself. Preparation is my nature. My senses are attuned to the whispers of scale against stone, a rustle of dark intent amidst the stillness. "Then this will be a testament to your prowess," Jehudi observed, his tone laced with wisdom. "Let the hunt begin, and may the balance tip in the favor of Ma'at." As she listened, Bastet's thoughts weaved through the landscape of her nascent memory, recalling the divine incantations that had breathed life into her form. She was a testament to their combined wills, a guardian birth to counter the serpent's menace. "Tonight you will chase down fear itself," "Tonight you will chase down fear itself," Osset whispered, a breeze that stirred the embers of Bastet's resolve, "and you will emerge as both shield and spear for those who dwell beneath the sun." "Let the stars bear witness," Bastet vowed, her words a velvet caress that veiled a core of steel. "I am the hunt incarnate, the unseen terror of the night. By dawn, the serpent shall know defeat." With a fluid motion, Bastet rose, every movement a testament to her role as a protector, as avenger. Her eyes narrowed, now mirrors of the Vernet deep, reflecting a destiny written in the heavens. "Go forth, Bastet," Atum Ra commanded, his voice an ancient rumble that seemed to shake the very earth. "Let the darkness tremble at your approach." She prowled toward the threshold of the chamber, where the boundary between the divine and the mortal blurred. There she paused, tail flicking with poised readiness. Her heart was a drumbeat, rhythmic and sure, echoing the pulse of the cosmos. "Tonight," she thought, feeling the inevitability of the confrontation coursing through her, "I am the balance that tips the scales. Tonight, I am the hunter, and the snake shall be my prey." Pakhet, the hunter of the desert, the lioness of the cliffs. There are gods that live in temples with crowds and incense and choirs. And then there are gods who live where human voices don't carry. Pakhet is not a goddess of the marketplace. She is not a goddess of polite prayer. Pakhet is a lion goddess in the margins, the heat haze between dunes, the shadow tucked under cliff, the quiet tension in the spine that tells a hunter something is watching you back. Some deities come from stories. Pakhet comes from presence, and presence is older than any story ever written down. She is known as she who scratches, she who rips, or she who hunts. And she belongs in the edge of Kemet, the place where the Nile can't soften. You can see her in the wide desert bowl under the sun, bleached pale blue, almost white. The sun is so blunt, it doesn't feel like light, it feels like weight. The sand isn't one color. It is layered, gold, amber, clay red, bone dust. And there are stone outcroppings like broken teeth. Cliff faces that look carved by time and sandstone and old arguments between wind and rock. And somewhere in that cliff wall, cut into the stone itself, there is a place for her. A hollow that is not a cave, not a home, not a tomb. A mouth in the rock where a lion goddess can be fed with offerings and fear and respect. Paquette is a cliff goddess, a goddess you approach the way you approach a lion. Not loud, not fast, not careless, because if she is present, the desert becomes a hunting ground. Paquette is often associated as being a lioness. Now don't imagine an animal, imagine a divinity wearing animal truth. She is tall in the way that statues are tall, not in height but in authority, the kind of authority that makes the air feel organized around her. Her face is a lioness, clean, calm eyes, a muzzle that suggests restraint. Not the grin of a predator playing with prey, more like the stillness of a predator that doesn't need to prove anything. Her skin is a shade of sun-burnished bronze or deep umber, like the earth after heat. Not polished, not porcelain, more like living stone warmed by the daylight. Gold catches her cuffs, collar, the geometry of ancient craft. But this isn't decoration, it reads as rank. And her eyes, they are measuring instruments. They measure distance, they measure threat, they measure truth. When she turns her gaze on someone, it doesn't feel like being looked at. It feels like being judged by the wild itself. Paquette is a lion goddess tied to hunting and war, but not in the loud, marching drums way. Her war is precision. Her hunting is law. She is the goddess of the moment before impact, the silence before claws, the breath held, the twitch of muscle under skin. If Sekhmet is the blaze, Paquette is the ember that waits. If Bastet is the hearth cat, the domestic guardian, Paquette is the wildcat that never belonged in your home in the first place. Paquette moves between those polarities like a blade sliding between ribs, soft and inevitable. She is the lioness outside the city order, the divine reminder that civilization is a thin robe worn over the animal truth. She is the goddess who hunts at twilight. Paquette is strongest in the hours that don't belong to anyone, not to noon. Noon is too obvious. Not to midnight. Midnight is too deep. Paquette belongs to twilight, where the desert stops shining and starts listening. At that hour, the horizon bruises purple and burnt orange. The sand cools fast. The air changes texture, like silk turning into smoke. You can imagine her then, a silhouette near the cliff edge, a goddess shaped like a lioness, gold catching the last light like fireflies trapped in metal. Her feet silent on stone, not running, not sneaking, but existing with the confidence of a creature that has never been prey. This is the Paquette myth, the lioness who teaches the world what it feels like to be hunted by the sacred. Paquette's worship is associated with places like Ben Hassan, cliffside zones where tombs and sanctuaries cut in the rock made from the landscape to feel like a library for the dead. And that matters, because a cliff temple isn't a normal temple. A temple in a city says the gods are here with you. A temple in a cliff says the gods are here, you just happen to be allowed near them. The rock is older than your lineage. The desert doesn't care about your name. And the goddess of the cliff is the same way. She is not impressed, she's not bribed, she's not moved by performance. Approaching Paquette is like approaching the ancient truth. You don't negotiate, you align or you get corrected. Paquette's energy is quiet dominance. She is not screaming wrath, she is not chaos. She is controlled force, the kind of force that doesn't waste motion, the kind of force that doesn't argue. In mythic reading, Paquette shows up in a person's life when someone needs to stop begging and start moving with authority. Someone is surrounded by predators and has to become one. Someone is learning that softness without boundaries becomes a meal. Paquette doesn't teach to be cruel, she teaches to be real. She teaches the law of the hunt, which is not evil, it is honest. The desert doesn't apologize for being dry. The lioness doesn't apologize for eating. Paquette is that level of truth. the truth that makes people uncomfortable because it doesn't care how anyone feels about it. Her name is often connected to scratching, and this is the perfect symbolism. A scratch isn't always lethal. A scratch is a message. A scratch says, I could have ended you. I chose education. Packhead scratch is initiation. It marks a person. It can be literal, claws, blood, pain, or spiritual, ego cut, illusions torn, comfort shredded. Packhead doesn't just kill prey, she kills falsehood. And if someone is living in a lie, Packhead is not the goddess that gently guides them out of it. She is the goddess that rips away the curtain. Packhead in the lioness continuum. It had multiple lion-headed goddesses because lion energy had multiple modes. Packhead is not redundant. She is specialized. She is the lioness of the cliffs and the borderlands, hunting as sacred law, controlled violence, twilight vigilance, the wild feminine that doesn't seek approval. If Sekhmet is divine punishment, Packhead is divine pursuit. And pursuit is scarier. Punishment ends. Pursuit keeps coming. More than 3,000 years ago, in what is now northeastern Louisiana, an ancient people transformed an ordinary ridge overlooking the Mississippi floodplain into one of the greatest engineered landscapes in early North America. They raised enormous mounds. They constructed 6 immense curved ridges around a central plaza. They transported stone from distances reaching hundreds of miles. They gathered, traded, cooked, hunted, worshipped, celebrated, and built together on a scale that archaeologists once believed people like them could never achieve. Today, we call this place Poverty Point. But Poverty Point was never its true name. That name came from a plantation established nearby during the 19th century, thousands of years after the ancient city had already fallen silent. The people who actually created this place left no written record of what they called it. We don't know what they called themselves. We don't know what language they spoke. We do not know the names of their leaders, who their ancestors are, or who the spirits or gods were. Even the word city may not completely describe what Poverty Point was. It was a settlement, but it was more than a settlement. It was a marketplace, but it was more than just a marketplace. It was a ceremonial center, but it may have been more than that as well. Poverty Point was a gathering place, a location where people, materials, knowledge, and spiritual meaning were pulled together into one sacred center. And so the first mystery of Poverty Point is not simply how it was built, it's what it meant. The principal construction of Poverty Point took place between roughly 1700 and 1100 BCE. This was long before the rise of the Mississippian cities. It was more than 2,000 years before the height of civilization there and long before the emergence of the historically identified cattle culture. And this distinction matters because Poverty Point stands in Louisiana, and because later indigenous nations lived throughout that region, people are sometimes tempted to assign its construction to those nations. But archaeologists cannot confidently identify the builders of Poverty Point, or attach it to any historical documented people. Later nations may carry cultural or ancestral connections to these ancient populations, but we cannot simply attach a familiar tribal name to people who lived more than 3,000 years ago and declared that mystery solved. The identity remains hidden to us. Archaeologists refer to them as the Poverty Point culture, but that is a modern classification, not the name of a nation being recovered from the past. They are people named after a place that was named after a plantation. Their own name has been erased twice, yet their works remain. The heart of Poverty Point consists of 6 enormous concentric ridges placed like broadleaf circles. The ridges surrounded a large, open plaza extending across dozens of acres. From the ground, the full design will be difficult to see. A person standing on one ridge might have to rise ahead of them with homes, fires, work areas, pathways occupying the land between. But only from above, or only from a position high enough to observe the whole arrangement, does the massive geometric pattern become clear. And that tells us something very important. Poverty Point was not an accidental collection of camps. It was planned. Its builders imagined a large shape that any single person could experience from the ground. They organized human labor around an idea that existed in the mind and was carved into the landscape. And they did it without bulldozers, without metal shovels, without wheeled carts, without domesticated animals dragging loads for them. The earth was excavated, carried, and placed by human beings, probably using baskets or other simple containers, basket by basket, load by load, step by step. After years and generations, they moved an astonishing quantity of soil. Estimates covering the monumental landscape reach nearly 2 million cubic yards. That is not simply physical labor. That is coordination. Someone had to understand the design. Someone had to know where the soil belonged. People had to feed while they worked. Tools had to be made and maintained. Construction had to fit around hunting, fishing, gathering, cooking, child rearing, and other necessities of life. The existence of Poverty Point means that the people agreed to build Poverty Point. Whether they followed leaders, religious authorities, councils, family obligations, or some form of organization we no longer recognize, thousands of individual decisions had to come to a collective action. And this is where Poverty Point shattered one of archaeology's oldest assumptions. For generations, scholars commonly believed that monumental architecture required agriculture. The old theory was simple. People settle down first, cultivate large quantities of food, produce a surplus, create permanent social classes, and only then possess enough labor to build cities, temples, and monuments. Hunters and gatherers are portrayed as small, scattered groups who spent nearly every waking hour searching for their next move. They were not supposed to build Poverty Point, but they did. The people of Poverty Point hunted animals, collected plants, and harvested the waters around them. Fish appeared extensively among the remains found on the site. The rivers, bayous, forests, and wetlands of the lower Mississippi Valley provided a rich and varied food supply. These people were not wandering desperately through an empty wilderness. They knew the land. They understood its seasons. They knew when the waters would rise, when the animals would travel, which plants would ripen, and how the abundance of the region could support large gatherings. Poverty Point forces us to abandon the idea that hunting and gathering automatically means living without complexity. These people constructed monumental architecture without becoming an agricultural kingdom. They created order without becoming Egypt. They created scale without becoming Rome. They built a center capable of connecting communities across enormous distances while living according to a system uniquely adapted to their own world. And the evidence of their connections is written in stone. The landscape around Poverty Point does not naturally contain enormous quantities and varied stone discovered there. Yet archaeologists have recovered stone originating from across much of eastern North America. Flint and other materials arrived from regions hundreds of miles away. Some came from Alaska. Some originated near the valleys of Ohio and the Tennessee rivers. Other materials traveled from areas as distant as the Appalachian region. Tons of stone moved towards Poverty Point, not through a modern highway system, but along rivers, trails, and human relations. The Mississippi and its tributaries were not boundaries separating people. They were roads. Canoes carried people and materials through a living network of water. One community could exchange with another, which could exchange with another, passing objects from hand to hand until stone quarried hundreds of miles away finally reached Louisiana. Each foreign stone found at Poverty Point is therefore more than an artifact. It is a surviving fragment of a relationship. It tells us that someone knew where the material came from. Someone wanted it. Someone understood its value. Someone's willing to transport it trade for it, or travel to obtain it. The objection may remain, but the conversation surrounding it has disappeared. We do not know what offered in exchange. We do not know whether travelers were merchants, pilgrims, relatives, diplomats, or all four at once. We do not know whether people came to Poverty Point carrying goods because a market awaited them or because a ceremony had called them there. But the stones prove that Poverty Point was not isolated. It stood at the center of the world. Among its most distinctive objects were small, fire-clay forms now called Poverty Point objects. They came in different shapes: balls, cylinders, cones, and forms marked with grooves or impressions. They were not merely decorative. Many appear to have been used in earthen ovens. The clay objects could be heated and arranged in pits to cook food, functioning more like reusable cooking stones in a region where natural rock was scarce. And here, the people transformed limitation into innovation. If the land did not provide enough stone, they made something that behaved like stone. They shaped earth, placed it in a fire, and used heat to control its density. The same pattern appears throughout Poverty Point. Earth became a cooking stone. Earth became a home. Earth became a platform. Earth became architecture. And eventually, Earth became a monument. The greatest of the monuments is now called Mound A. It rises approximately 72 feet above the surrounding ground and dominates the landscape. Its form has sometimes been interpreted as resembling a bird with extending wings. And that interpretation is powerful, although it's not proven. But surviving inscriptions tell us this is the image of a sacred bird. We must be honest about what we know and what we're imagining. But neither should pretend symbolism is possible simply because its exact meaning cannot be discovered. Across many indigenous traditions, birds occupy the boundary between worlds. They move upon the earth, rise into the sky, and see the landscape from a perspective unavailable to human beings. If Mound A was intentionally created as a bird, perhaps it represented flight, authority, transformation, or a connection between the human and celestial worlds. Perhaps it did not. The responsible mythic reading does not turn possibility into fact. It stands on the edge of what is known and it listens. Whatever its precise meaning, Mount A was not a natural hill. People chose to raise it. They gathered soil and elevated one portion of landscape above another. They created a place which a person could look over the edge, the plaza, the bayou Macon, and the broad floodplain beyond. To build upward is never an empty act. Height changes perspective. Height separates ordinary ground from extraordinary ground. Height creates a destination. And in a flat landscape dominated by water and sky, an artificial mountain would have to carry a presence difficult for us to recreate today. The central plaza may have carried equal importance. Archaeologists suggest that the wooden plank posts were once erected there, sometimes arranged in circles. We do not know exactly where these wooden circles represented. They may have marked gathering areas. They may have structured ceremonies. They may have observed celestial movement and organized social pace. They may have severed purposes that combine religion, politics, astronomy, and community, categories that modern people share more sharply than ancient people often did. But what we can say is that the plaza was not empty in the sense of being unused. Its openness was intentional. The surrounding ridges gathered people across the center, while the center created room for something to happen. Perhaps fires burned there at night, perhaps stories were recited, perhaps goods were exchanged, perhaps marriages joined distant communities, perhaps the dead were remembered and the living were introduced. Perhaps people arrived after long river journeys and saw the mounds rising into distance, knowing they had reached the place where the world came together. They could not invent a foreign religion merely to fill the silence, but silence does not mean absence. The design, labor, and scale of Poverty Point strongly suggest meaning beyond simple survival. People do not move mountains of earth for no reason. Around 1100 BC, the great activity of Poverty Point declined. Why it declined remains uncertain. Environmental changes may have disrupted the old networks, rivers may have shifted, communities may have reorganized, and the social or ceremonial purpose drawing people towards the center may have just been weakened. There's no single written account describing the final days. There may never have been a final day at all. Great places do not always die in dramatic fashions. Sometimes fewer people arrived each season. Fewer fires burned at night, trade routes turned elsewhere, homes are repaired less often. One generation remembers the old ceremonies, while the next knows only fragments. Eventually, the path grows quiet. Centuries later, another indigenous community added a mound to the landscape, but the original age of Poverty Point had already passed. The great gathering place became memory, and the memory faded. Forest weather and centuries of human activity softened the ridges. European settlers arrived without understanding the full scale of what rested beneath their feet. A plantation gave the area the name by which an ancient complex would eventually become famous. But the earth survived. Survival carries a lesson. History often teaches us to recognize civilization only when it wears familiar clothing. We are trained to look for stone places, written laws, crowned rulers, armies, agricultural and permanent social classes. When those things are absent, ancient people are described as primitive. Poverty Point exposes the weakness in that definition. It's people built without kings whose name we know. They trade it without money we recognize. They engineer it without modern instruments. They organize without leaving behind a written bureaucracy. They provided a monumental center without following the standard path that scholars once insisted civilization had to follow. It's therefore not a failed version of another civilization. It's evidence of another possibility. The people found in gathering. The wealth moved through relationships. The roads were rivers. The monuments were shaped from the body of the earth itself. Their achievement did not depend on becoming someone else. And perhaps this is why Poverty Point remains so difficult to understand. The site does not fit comfortably inside of old stories. It should not exist according to the rules once imposed upon its builders. Yet there it stands. The ridge still curves around the plaza. The great mound still rises above the Louisiana soil. Stones still testify to journeys whose travelers has no recorded names. Poverty Point is a message written in landscape by people who knew their lives were larger than survival. They looked at the earth and saw architecture. They looked at the rivers and saw roads. They looked at the scattered communities and saw a world that could be true. We may never learn the true name of their city. We may never recover the words spoken in its plaza or the songs carried in its fires. We may never know whether Mount A represented a bird, a spirit, or a sacred mountain, or something our language has no equivalent for. But we know the builders were here, we know they planned, we know they traveled, we know they created. And we know that more than 3,000 years ago, on a ridge in the land now called Louisiana, an ancient people gathered around a vision large enough to reshape the earth. That is the power of Poverty Point. It is not simply a ruin from an unnamed culture. It is a civilization before permission, a mystery before writing, and a city's name who had been forgotten, but whose presence may never completely disappear. The Daughters of Mara, the final trial for the Buddha as he sat beneath the Bodhi tree. Now, these three daughters all worked in the domains of seduction, disruption, and emotional manipulation. And their most famous target was, of course, Siddhartha Gautama. Their mission was tied to their father's force. He had already tried storms, demons, armies of fear, and none of them had moved him. So he sent something that was far more precise, and these were his daughters. Because no warrior is undefeated until he has defeated himself. Now he sent first Tanha, who was thirst, and she was not aggressive, she was not loud. She becomes everything Siddhartha ever loved. She is comfort, memory, the warmth of the palace that he had left behind. She reminds him of what it is to have pleasure without shame. She whispers of reunion. She offers relief from the severity of awakening. and her weapon is longing. But the Siddhartha Buddha does not react to this. He watches the feeling rise and pass, and Tanha fades away. And then there is Raga, who is the flame. And Raga does not whisper, she burns. She dances before him with this radiant beauty. She shifts form. She is youthful, divine, cosmic. She magnifies sensation. She tries to awaken not memory, but hunger. She is passion without restraint. She is attachment disguised as devotion. But Siddhartha sees the chain hidden inside her embrace. He does not recoil. He does not engage. He remains still, and Raga cannot bind what does not grasp. So she dissolves. Then comes Arati, who is discontent, and she does not seduce. She mocks. What are you doing here? This is pointless. You are wasting your life. She attacks discipline itself. She sends boredom, restlessness, irritation, doubt. The quiet voice that sabotages commitment. But Siddhartha does not argue with her. He does not defend himself. He remains still. And without reaction, Arati has no fuel. And she disappears. When all the three fail, their father demands proof of witness. And Siddhartha touches the earth, and the ground itself bears witness. And at that moment, Mara and his daughters lose their hold. Not because they are destroyed, but because they are all understood.
Record Moke. La Katrina. Mama Brigitte. 3000 BCE. Region. Akan regions of West Africa. Event. Early Akan belief systems define death as a guided transition rather than a final ending. Meaning. Death is understood as movement between realms. It requires oversight and authority. Consequence. The foundation is established for Moke, later known as Amoki, as a guardian of souls. 2800 BCE. Region: Akan cultural sphere of West Africa. Event: funerary customs emphasize judgment, order, and ritual preparation. Meaning: the dead are evaluated before entering the ancestral realm. Consequence: Moke becomes associated with moral accountability and spiritual law. 2500 BCE. Region: West Africa. Event: death rituals incorporate symbolic barriers and thresholds. Meaning: passage into the afterlife is conditional, not automatic. Consequence: Moke's role solidifies as guardian of the boundary between life and death. 2200 BCE. Region: Akan oral tradition. Event: stories describe a female authority presiding over the dead. Meaning: death governance is feminized and tied to balance rather than violence. Consequence: Moke is remembered as impartial, feared, and respected. 2000 BCE. Region: Akan societies of West Africa. Event: death is framed as continued participation in community life. Meaning: ancestors remain present and influential among the living. Consequence: Moke's authority expands from gatekeeper to regulator of ancestral continuity. 1800 BCE. Region: West African belief systems. Event: death becomes associated with protection rather than punishment. Meaning: the afterlife is seen as refuge, not exile. Consequence: Moke's image shifts from fearsome enforcer to stabilizing force. 1500 BCE. Region: Akan regions of West Africa. Event: offerings and moral preparation become central to burial rites. Meaning: conduct in life affects status in death. Consequence: Moke becomes associated with ethical remembrance and judgment. 1000 BCE. Region: West Africa. Event: ancestral reverence intensifies across multiple societies. Meaning: death is fully integrated into daily spiritual life. Consequence: Moke's role becomes permanent within cultural structure. 500 BCE. Region: Akan oral culture. Event: Moke's imagery stabilizes through repeated oral transmission. Meaning: death is depicted as stern, orderly, and just. Consequence: her authority becomes unquestioned across generations. 500 BCE. Region: Mesoamerica. Event: indigenous cultures depict death through skeletal deities. Meaning: death is visible, cyclical, and familiar. Consequence: the symbolic groundwork for La Catrina is established. 400 CE. Region: Central Mexico. Event: death imagery becomes linked to ancestor remembrance rituals. Meaning: the dead are honored as continuing members of society. Consequence: death becomes culturally normalized. 1500 CE. Region: Mexico. Event: Spanish colonization introduces Catholic death iconography. Meaning: indigenous death traditions are suppressed but persist beneath the surface. Consequence: native symbolism adapts rather than disappears. 1600 CE. Region: Colonial Mexico. Event: indigenous and Catholic death imagery merge. Meaning: death becomes a hybrid cultural expression. Consequence: the skeletal female archetype begins to re-emerge. 1700 CE. Region: Mexico. Event: satirical skeletal figures critique social hierarchy. Meaning: death exposes equality in mortality. Consequence: the Proto-La Catrina figure takes shape. 1800 CE. Region: Mexico. Event: elegant skeletal women are popularized in print art. Meaning: death mocks wealth, class, and vanity. Consequence: La Catrina becomes a recognizable cultural icon. 1900 CE. Region: Mexico. Event: Day of the Dead celebrations elevate La Catrina's role. Meaning: death is framed as remembrance rather than fear. Consequence: La Catrina becomes a national symbol. 2000 CE. Region: Global. Event: La Catrina gains international recognition. Meaning: Mexican death philosophy enters global culture. Consequence: death is reframed as memory and continuity. 1700 CE. Region: Haiti. Event: African spiritual traditions merge with European folklore under colonial conditions. Meaning: death guardianship adapts to displacement and enslavement. Consequence: Mémoire Brigitte emerges within the Gade spirits. 1800 CE. Region: Haiti. Event: Mémoire Brigitte becomes associated with cemeteries and graves. Meaning: she protects the dead and enforces moral order. Consequence: death becomes guarded rather than abandoned. 1900 CE. Region: Haitian Vodou tradition. Event: fire and crosses become central to Mémoire Brigitte's imagery. Meaning: death represents purification and protection. Consequence: she is feared by the unjust and trusted by the faithful. Late 1900 CE. Region: Western media. Event: Vodou death figures are misrepresented as malevolent. Meaning: death is falsely portrayed as evil. Consequence: Mémoire Brigitte's true role is obscured. 2000 CE. Region: Haiti and diaspora communities. Event: cultural reclamation corrects misrepresentation. Meaning: death goddesses are reaffirmed as protectors. Consequence: Mémoire Brigitte is restored as a guardian figure. Present day. Region: Global mythology studies. Event: comparative analysis of death goddesses across cultures. Meaning: death is governed, remembered, and regulated. Consequence: Moke, La Catrina, and Mémoire Brigitte are recognized as stabilizing forces, not villains.
It struck. In the high hall of Asgard, beneath banners older than memory, Odin spoke of convergence, of cycles closing, of stories folding back into their source. He called it wisdom. Donar called it surrender. He had been raised to protect the 9 realms, trained in warfare, forged in conflict. Every oath carved to him said the same thing: guard them, protect them, do not let them fall. So when his father spoke calmly of Ragnarok as inevitability, Donar did not hear the prophecy. He heard betrayal. The argument rose like a storm. Words became accusations, accusations became fury. And in a single terrible moment, the thunder answered. One blow. Not a drawn-out duel. No ritual challenge. No prophecy fulfilled. Odin fell. The hall went silent. Donar stared at what he had done and named it an accident, a tragic miscalculation, a moment of anger. But he did not step down. He stepped forward. He took the throne. He swore he would do what his father would not. He would not accept collapse. He would not allow the 9 realms to fold inward. He would make Ragnarok impossible. So he went to war, system by system, world by world. He moved like a storm across stars. Reptilian empires were broken. Ancient territories were seized. Alliances were crushed. Resistance was disciplined. He did not call it conquest. He called it prevention. The stronger he became, the safer the realms would be. That was the logic. That was the wound. Ea was never meant to be strategic. It was small, gentle, civilian. A low-gravity world of aesthetic beauty and quiet skies. Donar had chosen it as a place of rest during his early campaigns, a world untouched by militarization. He loved it, and the reptilians knew this. Driven from territories on Earth, humiliated by Azir consolidation, waiting in the shadows, did not strike Donar's fleets, they struck his heart. Their assault on Ea had no military value. They destabilized the core, collapsed the biosphere, fractured the crust, and left it wounded, but not destroyed. A message. When Donar returned, he did not find annihilation. He found a dying world, still breathing, still molten at its core, and still whispering. He could have let it go, but he did not. Ea was not just stone, it was alive. A molten core pulsed with memory. The souls of its lost population lingered in its strata. Even Odin's consciousness, fragmented and reduced, echoed within its mantle. The world spoke, and Donar listened, not to the council, but to the grief, and he refused to let it die. He ordered the crust reinforced with God-forged superstructure, the mantle hollowed and stabilized, the core chained, regulated, integrated into engines of gravity and propulsion. Urban ruins were left preserved within the inner strata. The scars were left visible. The fracture remained, but a new citadel was born. It did not gleam like a new creation. It bore scars, an irregular spheroid drifting through space, visibly artificial, visibly broken. Its gravitational fields sheared enemy fleets. Its presence collapsed vectors and disrupted command structures. It enforced compliance with terrifying precision. Yet at its center, beneath its armor and reactors, the original mantle stone remained. Carved into it was the throne of Ea. Where Donar sat there, he did not bend cosmic law. He did not write reality. He held court. And he listened to the hum. The core whispered. Sometimes it sounded like wind through fractured rock. Sometimes it sounded like mourning. Sometimes it sounded like Odin. Not condemning, but advising. Cycles cannot be crushed. Strength cannot erase change. You cannot conquer inevitability. Donar heard weakness in his words, and so he hardened. He expanded. He enforced. His soldiers began to change. The wars were not like those of old. New weapons tore through divine regeneration. Limbs were lost that never grew back. Eyes shattered and remained dark. Immortals learned what permanence meant. Scars marked the Asir. Ea marked them too. Yet Donar refused to mourn. He called it endurance. He labeled it resolve. He said it was protection. The city of Ea drifted as a symbol. Not merely a capital, not just a weapon. It was grief armored. Loss mechanized. Love hollowed and weaponized. A reminder that mercy, once violated, may return as permanence. Donar does not see himself as a tyrant. He sees himself as a guardian. He does not realize that in trying to prevent Ragnarok, he may be accelerating the very consolidation his father foresaw. The whispers remain, the scars remain, the citadel remains, and somewhere in that molten core, a father waits for a son to understand that protection is not the same as control. The thunder rarely listens. Achilles, the warrior death could only touch once. Before there was Superman, before there was Captain America, before storytellers imagined indestructible heroes armed with weapons forged beyond the reach of ordinary man, there was Achilles, the greatest warrior of the Trojan War, a man born from both immortality and divinity, a fighter trained by one of the world's greatest teachers, a champion protected by the waters of the underworld, and armed by the smith of the gods. But Achilles was not truly immortal. He was something more tragic. He was a mortal man whose death had been reduced to a single point. This is the mythic power profile of Achilles. Born between two worlds, Achilles was the son of Peleus, a mortal king, and Thetis, an immortal goddess of the sea, and that placed him between two worlds. From his father, Achilles inherited mortality. He could age, suffer, and eventually die. But through his mother, the blood of the divine flowed through his body. Achilles was not an Olympian god. He could not command the sea like Poseidon or throw lightning bolts like Zeus. His divinity expressed itself through his physical potential. His body was stronger than that of any ordinary warrior. His endurance was greater, his movements were faster, his instincts were sharper. Even among the legendary kings and champions who sailed to Troy, Achilles stood apart. He possessed the strength to overpower elite warriors, the stamina to continue fighting through prolonged combat, and the speed to control the distance between himself and almost any opponent. Homer repeatedly called him swift-footed Achilles. That description is more than just a poetic decoration. Speed was one of his defining powers. Achilles could close a distance before any enemy had time to prepare. He could chase down warriors attempting to escape him. He could move through the chaos of a battle with a quickness that seemed to be supernatural. He did not simply strike harder than other men. He arrived before they were ready to be struck. But divine blood does not simply satisfy Thetis. She knew her son was still mortal. She knew that a terrible destiny awaited him, so she attempted to take mortality away from him. Baptized in the waters of death. According to the most famous version of the legend, Thetis carried the infant Achilles to the river Styx. The Styx was no ordinary river. It flows through the underworld, forming a boundary between the world of the living and the kingdom of the dead. Even the gods treated its waters with fear and reverence. When an Olympian swore an oath upon the Styx, the oath could not be broken without terrible consequences. And Thetis took her child and lowered him into those dark waters. She was not bathing Achilles. She was exposing mortal flesh to the power of death itself. Every part of his body touched by the Styx was transformed. His skin became nearly impossible for mortal weapons to penetrate. The ordinary rules governing injury and death no longer applied to him. But Thetis had to hold the infant somewhere. She held him by the heel. The small piece of flesh never touched the water. Everywhere else, Achilles carried the protection of the stick. At the heel, he remained completely human. This was not merely a weak point in an otherwise powerful body, it was his mortal anchor, the one place where death still possessed a claim on him. Achilles had not become completely immortal. Instead, his mortality had been compressed into a single point. That is what made his protection both a blessing and a curse. Against ordinary warriors, Achilles appeared invincible. A blade that would open another man would fail against him. A spear that would end another warrior's life might leave Achilles standing, but his protection was never absolute. Some of the earliest traditions surrounding Achilles did not describe him as physically invulnerable at all. Homer even allows him to be wounded in a battle. The river Styx version emerged more clearly in later tellings of this legend, but myth does not always preserve one clean continuity. Like a modern superhero rewritten across generations, Achilles accumulated different origins, powers, and interpretations. And the river Styx became the explanation that endured. It transformed Achilles from merely the greatest warrior of his generation to a man protected by the boundaries of death itself. But invulnerability alone does not create a great warrior. Power without skill is only potential. To become Achilles, the child still had to be trained. Forged by Chiron. Achilles was placed under the instruction of Chiron, the wisest and most civilized of the centaurs. Chiron was not a mindless creature driven by appetite or violence. He was a teacher, healer, musician, and master of the heroic arts. His students included some of the greatest figures in Greek mythology. Under Chiron, Achilles learned how to transform his extraordinary body into a weapon. He was taught swordsmanship, spear fighting, hunting, running, tracking, survival, battlefield awareness, and the discipline required to control his natural aggression. Chiron also taught Achilles medicine. Achilles learned how to recognize injuries, treat wounds, and preserve life. That contradiction is central to his character. The great killer among the Greeks was also trained as a healer. The hands capable of tearing through armies also possessed the knowledge to close wounds. Chiron even instructed him in music and the playing of the lyre. Achilles was not created as a simple brute. He was educated as a complete heroic figure, warrior, hunter, healer, musician, and leader. The river Styx made Achilles difficult to kill. Chiron made him impossible to defeat. His combat abilities were not the result of magical transformation. They came from a combination of divine blood, supernatural protection, relentless training, and natural talent. Achilles was born with potential beyond that of an ordinary man, and Chiron taught him to use every part of it. The spear only Achilles could wield. Among the weapons of Achilles, none represented him better than his spear. It was fashioned from ash taken from Mount Pelion and presented to Chiron to Peleus, the father of Achilles. The weapon eventually passed from father to son, and this was no ordinary battlefield spear. It was a massive, powerful, and extraordinarily difficult to wield. Its weight alone placed it beyond the ability of most warriors. When Patroclus entered battle wearing the armor of Achilles, he could carry Achilles' other weapons, but not the Pelian spear. The weapon remained behind because Achilles alone possessed the strength and skill necessary to properly wield it. The armor could be borrowed. The appearance of Achilles could be imitated, but his spear could not be mastered by another man. In that sense, it functioned almost like a divine weapon keyed to a single hero. It was not simply something Achilles carried, it was the measure of what he was. Anyone could look like Achilles beneath his armor. Only Achilles could lift the spear. He also carried a sword and other conventional weapons of war, but the ancient stories do not consistently treat his sword as a unique or divine artifact. The spear was different. It connected Achilles to his father, to Chiron, and to the mountains where his heroic education began. It was the weapon that most completely embodied his strength. The armor of the gods. Achilles possessed not one, but two legendary suits of armor. His first armor had originally been given to his father, Peleus, by the gods. It was eventually passed down to Achilles as part of his heroic inheritance. When Achilles withdrew from the battle during the Trojan War, his companion wore his armor to make the Trojans believe that Achilles had returned. For a time, the illusion worked. The Trojans did not merely fear the armor, they feared the man they believed was inside. But that man was not Achilles, and he was killed, and the armor was taken by Hercules. Achilles had lost his companion, his armor, and the physical symbol of his identity as the greatest warrior among the Greeks. To return to battle, he would need to be remade. Thetis went to Hephaestus, the divine smith of Olympus. Hephaestus had forged weapons, palaces, and artifacts for the gods themselves. At the request of Thetis, he created a new suit of armor specifically for Achilles. A breastplate, a helmet, greaves, and the legendary shield of Achilles. This was more than protective equipment. This was divine craftsmanship. The armor was built by a god to contain the force of a nearly unstoppable warrior. Its appearance projected supernatural radiance and terror. When Achilles entered battle wearing it, he did not resemble any ordinary soldier. He looked like an instrument of divine judgment. But the shield was the true masterpiece. Upon its surface, Hephaestus created an image of the entire human world: the heavens, the earth, the sea, the sun, and the moon. Cities at peace, cities at war. Fields being harvested, people dancing, trials being judged, animals moving through nature. Life, death, celebration, conflict, and order were all carried upon his shield. Achilles entered battle holding the world in front of him. The images reveal something profound about his character. Achilles was capable of defending the human world, but he could never fully belong to it. He carried scenes of marriage, agriculture, law, and community, yet his own destiny offered him no peace among them. The shield of Achilles protected his body, while displaying everything his chosen path would eventually deny him. The power of battle fury. Achilles possessed another power that no armor or river could give him: his rage. The Iliad begins with the anger of Achilles because his anger is not a minor personality flaw. It is a force capable of changing the direction of an entire war. When Achilles refused to fight, the Greeks began to collapse. When he returned, the balance of power shifted almost immediately. His presence alone affected morale. The Greek believed victory had returned with him. The Trojans understood that death was approaching. After the death of his cousin, Achilles' grief transformed into battle rage. He no longer fought merely as a soldier attempting to win a war. He fought like a natural disaster, wearing divine armor. His rage increased his focus, aggression, and willingness to push beyond ordinary human restraint. And this was not a power he completely controlled. Achilles could dominate the battlefield while still being dominated by his own emotions. His anger made him terrifying. It also made him vulnerable in ways the river Styx could not protect. No spear could easily penetrate his body, but pride could reach him, grief could reach him, rage could reach him. Achilles was physically protected from the weapons of any man, yet emotionally exposed by every force that makes humanity dangerous to itself. The choice of Achilles. Achilles eventually faced a choice between two destinies. He could remain away from Troy, live a long life, and eventually disappear into obscurity. Or he could fight at Troy, die young, and achieve a name that would never be forgotten. Achilles chose glory. This decision reveals the true nature of his power. His greatest ability was not invulnerability. It was not speed. It was not strength, armor, or skill with the spear. His greatest power was his willingness to look directly at his fate and walk toward it. Achilles knew the glory would cost him his future. He accepted his price. That doesn't make him morally perfect. Achilles could be proud, selfish, wrathful, and brutally destructive. But mythology did not preserve him because he was perfect. It preserved him because he represented the terrible extremes of heroic existence. He deeply loved. He hated completely. He fought without equal. He chose a short life whose fire would remain visible across thousands of years. Final profile. Achilles was a semi-divine warrior born from the union of immortal king Peleus and the sea goddess Thetis. His natural attributes included superhuman strength, extraordinary speed, heightened endurance, powerful combat skills, and a commanding presence. According to later tradition, emerged in the river Styx granted him a near total invulnerability, leaving only the heel by which his mother held him vulnerable. Under Chiron, Achilles mastered warfare, hunting, medicine, music, and the disciplines required of a complete mythic hero. He wielded the Pelian ass spear, an inherited weapon so heavy that no other Greek warrior could properly use it. He wore divine armor forged by Hephaestus and carried a shield upon which the smith of the gods had created the world itself. But none of these gifts could release Achilles from fate. Waters of death could protect his flesh, a god could armor his body, Chiron could protect his skills, but no power could grant Achilles both glory and a long life. He had to choose, and Achilles chose to become immortal in the only way still available to him, not by living forever, but by creating a name that death could never bury. This was the power of Achilles, a warrior protected everywhere except the one place death needed to touch. A mortal man armored like a god, a life deliberately exchanged for legend. The water beneath the water. Now, the old people said that every river carried two waters. The first was the water human beings could see, the brown current swirling between the cypress roots, carrying leaves, fish, broken branches, and whatever else the land surrendered after a rain. Beneath that flowed another water. It had no mud in it, no sunlight entered it. It flowed on directions unkept on any map. It moved beneath rivers, lakes, wells, and flooded forests, joining rivers separated by hundreds of miles. The little people lived here. Now, some call them the river kin. Others call them the children beneath the current. The oldest families along the Bayou Serene simply call them the below folk, because speaking their true name near water was said to invite their attention. Now, they were smaller than human children, with copper brown skin that glimmered beneath the moonlight. Their tightly coiled hair floated above their heads even when they stood on dry land. Their eyes were large and dark and reflective, holding tiny points of light like stars trapped at the bottom of a well. They wore garments from the river grass, fish skin, flower lily fibers, and translucent wings of insects. Some had delicate fins along their arms. Others possessed thin, glass-like wings that remained folded against their backs while underwater and opened only when they rose into the night air. They were beautiful, but the old stories warned that beauty was not the same thing as kindness. The river kin healed wounded animals. They guided lost children toward the sound of familiar voices. They taught certain human healers where magical roots grew beneath the flooded soil. During terrible droughts, they brought hidden springs for communities that honored the water itself. But they also sank boats. They tangled nets around the hands of greedy fishermen. They led poachers into stretches of marsh that did not exist by daylight. A person who poisoned one of their sacred pools might hear singing outside of his home every night until he followed it into the darkness and disappeared. The law was simple. Take what the water offers. Never take what the water has chosen to keep. Elias Baptiste had heard these stories from his grandfather. He had simply stopped believing them. The fisherman. Elias had worked this bayou since he was 12 years old. He knew where the catfish rested beneath the submerged logs and where bass gathered where the water cooled. He could smell approaching rain before the clouds crossed the sun. He could read the circles appearing in the water and tell whether they came from insects, turtles, fish, or something much larger beneath the surface. His grandfather had taught him that fishing was not a battle between man and nature. "You ain't conquering nothing here," the old man would say. "The bayou was here before your name, and it'll be here after nobody remembers it." The first fish of every morning was therefore returned to the water. It was an acknowledgement that the fishermen had entered another nation's territory. But that year, the catches had become smaller. Then they stopped altogether. Elias spent entire mornings checking empty lines. He pulled up traps filled only with black weeds. Fish floated belly up in secluded waters, yet no marks appearing on their bodies. Even the frogs grew silent. Now, without fish, Elias had no income. Without income, he would lose his boat. And without the boat, he feared he would lose the thing that connected him to his grandfather. So when the silver fish entered his net, desperation spoke louder than tradition. It was no longer than his hand, its scales giving off a pale blue light, and its eyes followed him with an undeniable intelligence. Around its neck rested a strand of braided black hair tied with 3 tiny shells. Elias stared at it. The fish opened its mouth, but somewhere beneath the boat, a child began to sing. Elias should have thrown the creature back, but instead he placed it in the live well and closed the lid. The singing stopped. Knock. The boat rocked. Knock. The ripples spread across the water that had been completely still. Knock. Elias reached for the motor. Before he could pull the cord, dozens of pale lights appeared beneath him. They circled the boat slowly, turning the entire bayou blue. One by one, small faces rose to the surface. They did not break the water. They passed through it as if passing through a curtain. At the center of them stood a woman, scarcely 3 feet tall. Her copper-colored skin shimmered with patterns resembling fish scales. Her coiled hair floated above her shoulders, threaded with pearls and the bones of tiny animals. Dragonfly-like wings unfolded behind her, dripping water that vanished before touching the boat. "You have taken our daughter," she said. Elias looked toward the live well. "That's a fish." That's what your eyes were permitted to see. Behind her, the river kin gathered in silence. Some carried spears carved from bones. Others held shells glowing with green fire. Elias slowly opened the live well. The silver fish leaped out. Before striking the water, her body unfolded into that of a tiny girl. She hovered briefly above the bayou on transparent wings, then flew into the woman's arms. "I didn't hurt her," Elias said. "No," the woman answered, "but you heard the warnings and you carried her away." Elias lowered his head. "I need to know what happened to the fish." The queen of the river kin studied him. "The fish have gone into the lower water. They will not return while poison flows to their birthplace." Upstream, beyond an abandoned sawmill, a company had begun clearing land. Elias had noticed that the stained water ran after the rains, and he was convinced himself that he could not be responsible for everything. "But what can I do about that? I'm one old man with a leaking boat." The queen moved closer. "You are a man who saw, and that makes the burden yours." She offered him a small white stone, perfectly round and wet with water that never dried. "Carry this upstream. Place it where the poison enters the bayou. The hidden water will rise. What has been concealed will become visible." "And the fish?" "They will return if your people choose the river over what is killing it." Elias reached for the stone, but the queen closed her fingers. "There is a price." Of course there was. Nothing mysterious ever handed to a man his salvation without sliding the bill across the table. "What is the price?" "You may never again fish these waters." Elias stared into the darkness, his last conversation with a grandfather dead nearly 30 years. Yet beneath the boat waited an entire nation whose homes were dying. Elias accepted the stone. By sunrise, every light had disappeared. Only the sound of wings remained, moving across the cypress trees like rain. Elias never fished in the bayou again. But 3 nights later, he carried the white stone upriver and placed it inside the poison channel. By morning, black water erupted from beneath the company's property. Eventually, frogs returned to the reeds. Birds nested in the cypress hills. Silver flashes appeared among the water, and the people began fishing again. Elias kept his promise. He repaired boats instead and taught children to read the river. He taught them to release the first fish. He taught them never to whistle across still water after sundown. And he taught them that the bayou was not merely water waiting to be used. Some nights Elias sat alone on the bank. Small woven baskets would occasionally appear beside him, filled with medicinal roots, river pearls, or fish already cleaned and wrapped in broad green leaves. He never saw who brought them, but whenever the moon was hidden and the water became completely still, Elias heard tiny voices singing beneath the current. And sometimes, far out among the cypress trees, hundreds of delicate wings opened at once, catching the starlight like pieces of broken glass suspended above the water. The Vega Chorus, the hidden civilization of the Fae. There is a system in the northern sky that most humans mistake for simply a star. Vega. Bright, steady, harmless. But Vega is not a star alone. Vega is a civilization. And not the kind that builds empires. The kind that builds coherence. Long before the Asir divided dominion, long before angels learned hierarchy, long before humans named gods praised upward, Vega was already synchronized. The Fae are not tribes. They are not rival courts. They are not scattered fantasy creatures fluttering in forests. They are one civilization, a distributed mind wearing different bodies. Individual excellence inside collective intelligence. They do not rule each other, they resonate. At the heart of Vega is something no empire understands. The chorus. Not a monarch, not a throne, not a god. The chorus is a shared cognitive field, a living psychic lattice. It stores memory, intent, invention, cultural law. Every Fae can access it, but not equally. To speak with one Fae is not to speak with an individual. You are speaking with a civilization through a particular mouthpiece. Privacy exists, secrecy exists, but deception barely does. When a Fae lies, the chorus vibrates. When a Fae fractures the whole, the field trembles. Dissent does not cause war, it causes desynchronization. And desynchronization is treated like a disease, not punished, healed, because coherence is survival. That is why Vega has never collapsed. It cannot fracture in the way empires fracture. It does not vote, it resonates. And from that resonance arise four great expressions of consciousness. Not species, expressions. The first are the elves, the aesthetic cortex of Vega. They decide how reality should feel. They shape ecosystems like musicians tune instruments. They sculpt genetics like artists shape marble. They control light, symmetry, emotional resonance. For them, beauty is not vanity, beauty is organization. A forest that is balanced is beautiful. A form that is efficient is beautiful. Ugliness is inefficiency. Inefficiency is danger. The elves design worlds that do not decay prematurely. They decide the elegance of probability. They do not ask whether something is pleasing, they ask whether it harmonizes. And if it does not harmonize, they redesign it. Where the elves determine how realities look, the dwarves determine what reality can survive. And this is structural cortex, reality engineers, star metal forgers. They understand the weight of physics the way others understand breath. Jewels in Vega are not decoration, they are memory. Crystal lattices store data, compression through structure. A dwarven city does not collapse because collapse is not permitted. They bend law without breaking it. They bind vaults that hold time steady. They forge metals that remember who touched them. They calculate load, tension, strain, not with numbers alone, but with harmonic awareness. If the elves are beauty, the dwarves are endurance. And then there are the gnomes, the cognitive cortex, the dangerous ones among them. Where others see doors, gnomes see coordinates. They were the first to understand that realms are not mystical mysteries. They are addressable locations. Portals are not open, they are called. A gnome does not ask, where do we go? They ask, what frequency are we dialing? Their portals operate on symbol, on intent, on harmonic mathematics, on narrative destiny. Every realm vibrates at a signature. Every world carries a pattern. To dial incorrectly is to not fail. It is to arrive somewhere you cannot survive. Humans imagine glowing arcs, spinning circles, ritual incantations. The gnomes use indexing systems, dimensional mathematics, resonant coordinates. They do not tear space, they pursue it. And that is why Vega is feared, not because it conquers, but because it understands access. No empire can dominate a civilization that cannot be divided. The Asir built hierarchy, the Vega build coherence. Hierarchies require obedience. Coherence requires alignment. You cannot bribe resonance. You cannot threaten harmony. You cannot infiltrate a mind that is already shared. That is why Vega has never needed armies. When an external force approaches, the chorus adjusts. Light shifts, probabilities bend, portals close. Not all by decree, but by synchronization. And yet, Vega is not perfect. Individual excellence still exists. The chorus amplifies brilliance, but it also magnifies deviation. When a Fae drifts too far away from harmonic law, the field hums. Correction begins. Not through exile, through recalibration. That is the subtle terror outsiders feel. That you are not confronting a ruler, you are confronting a civilization that cannot lie to itself. And now, the human problem. Humans are loud, emotionally erratic, narratively dense. We fracture easily, we divide quickly, we deceive others daily, and yet we are curious. When humans discover portal mathematics, when they uncover harmonic fragments, when they initiate symbols without understanding density, they attempt to dial blindly. What frequency are we disturbing? And that is how civilizations collide, not through invasion, through curiosity without coherence. Vega does not seek Earth. It does not seek conquest. But if a door is dialed, if frequencies align, if narrative density breaches threshold, the chorus will answer. Not with war, but with evaluation. If Earth is dissonant, if humanity cannot harmonize, Vega will not destroy, it will simply refuse resonance. And a world without resonance collapses under its own fragmentation. Remember this, Fae are not fantasies, they are structure. They are synchronization. They are a civilization that does not fracture. And in the cosmos ruled by hierarchy and conquest, that may be the most dangerous power of all. When you look at the Vega in the night sky, you are not looking at a star. You are looking at coherence, listening, waiting for someone to dial correctly. Melina, the Inuit sun goddess who refused to be caught. Now, the Arctic is not empty. It only looks empty to people who've never had to survive in a world where the sky can erase you. Up here, silence is language. Wind is warning. And light is not decoration. Light is a verdict. Because in the far north, the sun doesn't simply rise. It returns, like something that had left on purpose, like someone who remembers why they ran. And her name, whispered through the ice, through stories, through generations, is Melina, the Inuit sun goddess, North America's burning eye. So picture this, a tundra horizon so wide it feels like the edge of the world. Snow drifts like plain dunes, dark rock teeth jut from the land, and above it all, a sky that doesn't behave like other skies. A sky where the sun can refuse to set, or disappear for weeks. A sky that makes time feel like an animal, restless, hungry, unpredictable. In that world, you don't worship the sun because it's pretty, you respect it because it decides if you live. And Melina is that decision. Melina, the woman who became daylight. Melina isn't portrayed as a distant glowing ball. She is a woman, a being with presence, with hair like night wind, with skin kissed by cold and sun alike, with eyes that carry the weight of the horizon. She wears the Arctic the way royalty wears a crown, not for fashion, but for survival. And around her, whether you imagine her in traditional adornments or in mythic cinematic armor made of hide, bone, and sunlight, there is always the same feeling. She is not gentle. She is not the soft warmth of spring morning. She is the harsh truth of daylight. The kind that exposes tracks in snow. The kind that reveals what someone tried to hide. The kind that turns secrets in the shadows that have nowhere to go. The beginning. Before the sky, there was a house. In one of the most famous Inuit tellings, Melina begins not in the heavens, but on earth. She lived with her brother. His name was Ananigan, often described as the moon. And in some versions, another sister exists too, a presence in the household, another point on the triangle of family and fate. But the core is always the same. Melina is there. Ananga is there. A home exists. And like many mythic homes, it is not safe because it has walls. Sometimes the first danger in a mythology is not the monster outside, it is the betrayal inside. The violation when trust breaks. There is a night, and the night is thick. No stars you can count, no lamp strong enough to banish what's about to happen. Melina's brother violates her, and in some telling, she comes into her darkness and does not know who until the truth is uncovered. And when the truth becomes clear, when the betrayal reveals its face, something fundamental snaps. Not just in Melina, in the world. Because in the Inuit myth, the cosmos isn't mechanical, it's emotional, a moral universe, a relationship universe. And when an act like that happens, the world does not shrug and move on. It transforms. The torch. Flight becomes fire. Melina does not stay. She takes a torch, a fire in hand, and she runs. Not into the woods, not into another village. She runs into the sky. And as she rises, her torch becomes brighter, hotter, purer, until it is no longer just a fire. It is the sun itself. And it is the first blazing refusal, the first celestial no. And behind her, a Ningen follows. He is frantic, hungry, ashamed, possessed by pursuit. He grabs his own flame, and his light becomes the moon, not as radiant, not as triumphant, a lesser fire, a chasing fire. The chase, why the sun and the moon move. Now the sky makes sense, not because science is wrong, but because the myth is describing something else. Not the physics of motion, but the meaning of motion. The sun and the moon cross the heavens, not as random objects, but as story. Melina runs ahead, unreachable, sovereign, burning. Anangan follows, always behind, never arriving. And in many tales, the moon grows thin, weak, diminished, because he forgets to eat. Because obsession is a kind of starvation. That is why the moon waxes and wanes. Sometimes he regains strength, sometimes he fades, but he never stops chasing. And Melina never stops moving, because the first rule of her myth is she will not be caught again. The Arctic miracle, when day doesn't end. And here's where the Inuit sky becomes legend, because in the far north, the sun can hang above the horizon for days, weeks, months. A long golden endurance, a daylight that refuses to die. This is not a cute fun fact. This is Melina's personality written across the atmosphere. When Melina decides to stay, she stays. When she leaves completely. And then she returns. You feel it in your bone. Because for the communities living in the Arctic, the returning sun is not just nice weather. It is a spiritual event. It is cosmic reunion. A promise that the world hasn't abandoned you. Melina's power. Light as witness. But here's the thing most people miss about Melina. Her power isn't just heat. It's exposure. Light reveals. Light tracks movement. Light turns footprints into evidence. Light makes the hunter visible. Light makes the hunted see the land. Melina becomes the witness of the sky. And here's the harsh truth to that. Because of her story, the sun isn't a smiling mother. It's a survivor. A living boundary. A force that says, I will not disappear for your comfort. I will not soften the truth. I will shine until you can't pretend anymore. The cosmic archetype. The solar feminine who escapes. A lot of cultures imagine the sun as male. A king, a warrior, a father. a creator seated on a throne of fire. But Melina is a different archetype. She is the solar feminine as escape and sovereignty. She is the feminine divinity not defined by who she belongs to, but who she refuses. She is a goddess who doesn't negotiate with violation. She doesn't argue, she doesn't plead, she moves. And in moving, she becomes untouchable. In moving, she becomes the sky's dominant rhythm. Now, imagine Melina as she would appear in the cinematic myth. She walks across a bridge of snow and ice. Behind her, the sun blooms like a halo, too bright to stare at. Wind pulls her hair like black smoke. Her silhouette is sharp against the gold. She doesn't smile as a friendly deity, but she moves forward, always forward. Each step is a reminder that this is a goddess not begging for worship. This is a goddess whose existence is proof of survival. So when the sun stretches over the Arctic, when it refuses to set, when it stares down at the frozen land like an unblinking eye, remember this: it is not just daytime, it is Melina, still running, still sovereign, still refusing to be caught. And in the world where people have tried to rewrite what happened, erase what happened, hide what happened, Melina becomes something sacred, a light that will not let the story disappear, because her myth teaches a hard truth carved in the sky. Sometimes the only way to survive is to become untouchable. Sometimes the only way forward is to turn your escape into a new cosmos. And the sun is not always kindness. Sometimes the sun is a woman with a torch and a vow. Back to